Welcome to the news. I'm Stuart Hillard. I'm a bit serious today, aren't I, with my glasses on? Good morning, everybody. It's Friday. It's officially the weekend. Well, I mean, it's officially the weekend tomorrow, but I'm starting right now. Welcome to a fabulous, fun-packed Sewing Street. It is great to have your company. Do get in touch, spend the morning with us here. We've got loads of loveliness. We love to hear from you. But listen, we always start our day the right way, with a cup of tea and the early bird. Now, we're getting a little bit spooky this morning. And our early bird is spooktacular. There's going to be a lot of that. It is a 3-metre bundle of black solid. Now, we had some solid fabrics on yesterday, and we sold out of the black fabric before we even got to it, because solid black fabric is one of my absolute favourite neutrals. I use it with bright colours, with K facets. I use it with batiks, I use it with Tim Holtz. I use it so much in my quilt making and bag making. It's great for lining things, it's great for backings as well. This is a 3-metre bundle. It's 44 inches wide, 100% cotton from Rose & Hubble. Beautiful, beautiful. I know this sounds odd to say it, but a really good deep black. You know, black can be, blacks can be really funny, can't they? They can be a bit greyish, a bit bluish, a bit light, but this is a really good deep black. Now, of course, we are a little bit spooky this morning. Whoa. Ooh. But, I mean, this isn't just for Halloween. As I say, I use plain black all the time in my quilt making. I absolutely love it. Now, the normal price for this 3-metre bundle should be $22.74, but you're going to make a whopping saving because it's our early bird. Shall we do it? Let's do it. Fabulous. $17.74. You're making a £5 saving on 3 metres. Now that means you're paying just £5.92 per metre, which is absolutely out of this world. I mean, we're used now to quality cotton fabrics costing $7.49, $8.49 plus per half metre. This is less than £7 a metre. This is fab. Now, if you're celebrating Halloween and you're making costumes, maybe this is your cloak, you could use puffy paint on this, you could use silver glitter, you could use your Brother Scan and Cut to cut out stars and moons in vinyl and apply them. You could do appliques on this. You could use this as your spooky Halloween table cover. But like I say, for me, for quilting, black fabric is one of my absolute favourite neutrals. Another thing, I work a lot with pinhole quilting, and all of the shows they go to where they're demonstrating long arm quilting, they always use black fabric with a really gorgeous kind of bright quilting thread, because it's so impactful, so beautiful. So what about getting yourself this bundle? Perhaps get yourself half a metre or a metre of quilt wadding, layer it up and practice your quilting. Over half the stock has gone. Well done if you've got yours. Well done if you've got yours. Now, where is everybody this morning? I've had a lovely message on Facebook from Pam, who says, good morning, lovely. And Pam, good morning, my lovely, to you. But you're my only messenger so far this morning. The rest of you all asleep. Come on, wake up. I need you here with me. Annette's got in touch. Annette's wide awake. Good morning, gorgeous Stuart. Hope you have a fabulous Friday. Hubby has ordered the Brother sewing machine for me. Can't wait to get started. Annette, he's a keeper. He's a keeper. And the Brother's a keeper too. Fabulous. Congratulations. That's wonderful. All right, let's do the menu and see what's coming up today. So at 8 o'clock, fabulous fabrics, including spooky designs. I won't do that again. I won't do spooky designs. Yes. Well, that'll scare everybody. No, but some fab fabrics, actually, some gorgeous Halloween-y fabrics. We've also got some nice solids. Now, at 9 o'clock, I've got Sandra Rushton, the fabulous Sandra Rushton with Now, it's not Christmas tangling. That's at 11. So actually at 9 o'clock, in fact, I'm going to run over and I'm just going to show you. I'm just going to show you. We've got a few things. We've got a few things. Grab them down. Right. I've made a run for it. So let me show you. So Sandra has got this gorgeous new set, which is all about teapots and having a brew. Well, you know I'm down for that. Look at these. We've got these gorgeous, it's teapots, it's teacups. Look at these. How fabulous are these? For placemats, table runners, hot pads. Absolutely gorgeous. I mean, they're fab, aren't they? Absolutely fab. Wait till you see the kits. They're absolutely stunning. Sandra's also been busy creating an armchair caddy pattern. This is phenomenal value. The pattern comes in 3 sizes depending on the width of your armchair. So for example, this is the smallest one, and this will sit on one of those armchairs that just has like the thin wooden armrests on, but then there's a medium and a large, so even if you've got a big sort of Chesterfield, it'll fit. It's got pockets on either side. Look, check this out. I shouldn't be doing this now, it's the menu, but I'm so excited. Look, this all opens up, and then you've got space for your pens, your pencils, scissors, thimble. You can use this for sewing, you can use this for tangling. You also get, and this actually removes, okay, so you can take this away with you wherever you need. I mean, it's just such a clever design. I know you're going to want to make loads of these. So, I mean, just jam-packed, and loads of lovely fabrics as well in the 9 o'clock hour. Now, at 10 o'clock, we've got George, not Gary, George from Dukey here with the Britannia Overlocker. Now, let me just tell you that the Overlocker is an unbelievable price. It's an unbelievable price, and I do feel I need to give you a little sneaky peek of this, because it is, well, I haven't seen an Overlocker for this price. It's absolutely fab. We're really teasing. Oh, lots of you are wide awake and sending in messages now. You are darlings. Thank you so much. Viv says, morning, Stuart. Tracy says, morning, Stuart and team. Have a great show. Carmela says, morning, Stuart. Good morning from Andrea as well. Jill says, good morning, handsome, from Tewkesbury, my old stomping ground, my alma mater. A lovely way to start the day. Alison's got in touch to say, morning, enjoy your Friday. Sue says, good morning, Stuart. Got my black fabric. Going to make Tracy Dennis's Mila trousers. Thank you. Love, Sue. Sue, that's a brilliant idea. Why didn't we think of that? Actually, Jess, I think you did say dressmaking, and I was too busy getting excited about quilting, but you're absolutely right. Cheryl's got in touch to say, good morning, Stuart. I'm heading out for my school lollipop shift. We'll be back soon. Well, if I can hear, work is starting on my patio and studio base this morning. Oh, Cheryl, that sounds exciting. Are you having a studio in your garden? Hello. And Jan says, good morning, Stuart, and everyone. Lovely to hear from you. Lovely to hear from you. Great messages. Yeah, so this is the Britannia Overlocker, and price-wise, £299 for an overlocker. You're saving £72 on that. Fabulous. And it includes thread as well. It's amazing. That's coming up at 10 o'clock. Now, at 11 o'clock, Sandra Rushton's back with more tangling fun. This time, very much Christmas. We've got cushions, we've got quilts, we've got a stag. We've got a stag, and we're not talking about me here, although I'm pretty stag-like. Charlie's going to run through the studio with flaring nostrils. So that's at 11. We'll be a bit quick. We're starting Halloween, we're finishing Christmassy, and then at 12 o'clock, George is back with the Britannia Coverstitch machine. Now, Coverstitch machines have been absolutely storming through the dressmaking community, not just for hemming and edge stitching, a whole lot more. Amazing price, £399 for that. So we've got some real amazing deals for you today on Sewing Street. Let's have a look at the website while we're here, www.sewingstreet.com. Once you get there, there's our favourite, Quilter's Calico. Fabulous. Halloween. There we go. And then keep going across, you'll find Watch Live. Click on Watch Live, and then there we are. There's our early bird. 3 meters of black cotton fabric. Few bundles left, but not many. If you want that, you will need to grab it. And then you can send us a little message there. We love messages through the website. Nice and easy. Hello, hello, hello. And then if you scroll down, you'll see coming up on today's show, and we'll also see today's show deals once we've started running through things. We've got loads of lovely autumny and Halloweeny fabrics, special offers. We've got some great fabrics there. We're going to do some price drops. So I'm excited about that. Some gorgeous Tim Holtz Halloween there. I love that. Back in stock. We've also got some lovely Henry Glass. That's cute. Ignore the Christmas stockings. Don't know how they managed to get in. But anyway, some solids bundles, some great value felt there as well. Bit of Halloween crafting with the children. Loads in that hour. And then moving through to Sandra's first hour, we've got her Sanntangle Essentials Tangle gift set. We've got loads of lovely fabrics by the half metre. Fine liners are back in stock, but a little warning there. We have got less than 100 and Sandra does not have any more stock at the moment. She can't even do stock for Hobby Maker. We have got all of her pens here on Sewing Street. So if you need to top up your pen stash, today is the day. So there's the fabulous Time for Tea. And I don't know if I need to say it any louder, but it's definitely time for tea. Come on, I cannot hear that kettle. I shall just sit down on the floor and refuse to work. And then look, there's that Britannia Overlocker, £299 for an overlocker. There's also an Overlocker 5-piece foot set. Now, I'm going to be really honest with you. I didn't even know you could get different feet for an Overlocker. So I can't wait to ask George about those. Yeah, we'll all find out together. It's a voyage of discovery this morning. And then moving down, we've got some gorgeous Jason Yenter Christmas fabric. Snowflake Sanntangle. I cannot wait for. We've got a Christmas quilt. Sandra had sellouts last time she was here, so if you do want to grab hold of anything early, I would jump onto the website and I would get it, especially that snowflake. I think that's going to fly. Christmas gnomes, I'm all there for that. Stags as well. Fabulous. So much coming up on today's show. Absolutely loads. There we go. Now, don't forget, our early bird today is a 3-metre bundle of black solid fabric. It is gorgeous, a Rose and Hubble quality. We're about to sell out. We're oversubscribed, so I am going to leave that with you. Ah, bless you, Margaret. She says, morning all. Stuart Hillard with his glasses on. Does that mean we're in for a demo from him? Oh, I don't think you are, Margaret. Well, I actually, no, that's true. I'm going to do some tangling. So I'm going to be student rather than teacher. But I just, you know, some mornings when you just feel a bit... So I thought, all the glasses. A message. Morning, student team. Please can you wish my husband Colin a happy birthday? Thank you, from Maria in South Devon. Oh, I certainly can. Colin! It's your birthday. It's your birthday. Happy birthday from everybody here at Sewing Street. Have a wonderful day. Have a wonderful day. Spoil Maria for your birthday. Do it. Do it, do it, do it. Sandra says, morning, Stuart. Had a very emotional week, but you are a wee light in the darkness. Oh, Sandra. Big hugs. Big kisses to you. Big kisses to you. Stay with us. Kirsty says, good morning, Stuart. Hoping to get in my sewing den this afternoon. Got some bags to make for the raffle for our Macmillan coffee morning. That's awesome. Hey. Godspeed on that one. Hope you do well. Hilary says, morning Stuart, lovely to see so much of you this week. I've put a long sleeve shirt on today, Hilary, because I felt like you'd seen enough. But bless you, my darling, thank you. Jane says, morning lovely Stuart, looking forward to seeing Sandra and George. So are we. So are we. It's going to be a fabulous day with George and with Sandra and with me. Fab. The kettle's on. We're there. We're there. Okay, shall we launch in? Don't forget to check out on that early bird, last few remaining, but very, very oversubscribed. Now, we're going to start with Halloween. So this is a little Halloween collection. I've got 2 coordinates and I've got 3 panels, and this is all from Henry Glass. It's brand new today. Let me show you. This is for the whole collection, $44.99. Oh, hello. Oh, liking this, liking this. So what you've got here on this panel, oh, this is really cool, really cool. Now, I know loads of people I could make things with this, you know, who are a bit gothic, you know, and who love the sort of spooky images and colours there. That black cat's gorgeous, isn't it? And the bat, I like the bat too. Well, I do love the scarecrow. All different images. Look at this one over here. Say, look. And a little, definitely Slimmer of the Week. Gosh, well done you. Peace out. There we go. Got a nice glass of beer there. It was World Beer Day yesterday. Fabulous. Well, that's a lot of fun. So that's one of the panels. That's one of the panels. You get 2 more panels. So you get a border panel. Border. So this is, now this would be really fun to maybe make some placemats for Halloween. So you get 4 repeats. Love that. Love that. You can get these fabrics individually as well if you want to get them. $9.99 for that border. But that is pre-cut. That is pre-cut. And then here's the next panel. Oh, I like this. I like this. Oh, look. So you've got some images at the top. And then, look. It's the Hillard household. Look at that. Really like that. Really like that. It's me and Charlie dancing outside. The pumpkins are cool. The Halloween ball. I'm not actually having a Halloween party. What I'm having is cocktails and cupcakes. And it's a few days before because I'm actually here on Halloween. I'm going to be dressed as something. Maybe a stag. Who knows? We've yet to decide. And when I say we, I mean me and the rest of the crew. But yeah, but it's more sort of autumny themed. But this is fab. Love that. Love that. And then you've got 2 coordinates. So these are available by the ½ metre as well if you want, but they're also included in the bundle. $7.99 a ½ metre. That's cool. I like that. They're doing the Monster Mash, aren't they? It was a graveyard smash. Love it. Love it. I went to a party once, somebody had dressed up as a mummy and they'd sort of got white trousers, white shirt on, and then they just wrapped themselves from head to foot in toilet roll. So it didn't last very long, but I mean, what an entrance to the party. Exactly. Yeah, it was terrific. Really fun idea. Liked that. It was terrorific. Was terrorific. And then the last one, Charlie and I always carve pumpkins though for Easter. We always sit down and we have a little bit, well, I mean, it's just a gentle competition between the 2 of us to see who can create the best. I do always win, it's fair, it's true. I do always win. To carve the best pumpkin. Well, Charlie decides on the winner and he's very kind to me, so that's cool though, isn't it? I like that. It's really effective. Really effective. So my pumpkin, I'd probably do something like that one there, you know. Yeah, just look a little bit worried, pumpkin. And Charlie does is sort of more this kind of with the square teeth and the triangular eyes, more sort of traditional. I try and do a kind of quirky. I usually do one with a little bit of a kind of funny long mouth that goes halfway up the face. That sort of thing. Oh, a cup of tea would be lovely, thank you. Just milk. Just milk, thank you. Strong but milky. Strong but milky. Now, remember, you can get the bundle of everything. So a ½ metre of this, a ½ metre of this, and then you get the big panel with the haunted house. You get the wide border stripe, that's about 60 centimetres wide, that, and then you also get all those different square and rectangular images. These would be really fun actually if you wanted something really super quick for kids. You could get brown paper bags, you know, like the takeaway bags, and then just put some fabric glue on the back of a panel and stick it to the front. Adds a few ribbons to the top, orange, black, purple ribbons to the top. And that's it, you're done. And then just put some sweeties inside, or just take it out to go collecting. What about the early bird? If you got the 3 meters of black fabric, you could make some tote bags, some simple bags, and then you could applique those to the front. That would be awesome. Never ever went trick-or-treating because when I was a child, it hadn't really been invented. It hadn't really. I mean, it wasn't a thing particularly. It wasn't a thing. But I like it. In our village, the kids go all out and they come round, they all dress up, and it's a lot of fun. And it's actually a really nice sort of chance to say hello to neighbours and things like that. So it's sweet, you know, and it all starts about 5 o'clock. It's all done by about 7. And then we have sort of, you know, chili and jackets and eat all the sweets that we haven't given away. But the first year it completely threw us because we were not prepared for how popular it was going to be. So we'd got lots of sweets and we'd run out in about 20 minutes. So Charlie was like, should we just do pound coins? I said, no, we will not do pound coins. Go down to the shop and buy some more. So, but yeah. Sandwiches. Stop it. Stop it. Quarter of the stock has gone. Okay, well done if you managed to get that. Would work really, really well with our early bird. That's a lot there. You could make your wall hanging, you could make some placemats for the table for the party, some coasters, maybe a quilt, some trick-or-treating bags. And if you're not doing trick-or-treat, what about having like little party favours? If you've got guests coming, you could do little party favour bags. That would be cute. That would be cute. Yeah, that would be cute. Just 1 second. Let's move on. Oh, I said earlier on that Charlie and I carved pumpkins for Easter. That would be different. That would be different. Just to clarify, Charlie is our director, but Charlie is also my husband, but not our director. Sadly, Charlie, I'm sorry. The other Charlie got in there first. Charlie is my husband. Yeah, he's my husband. Yes, we don't carve pumpkins for Easter. Is it the big one with the haunted house? Oh, yeah. So this is about to sell out. Oh, over half the stock's gone. Over half the stock. Let me hold this up, I'll show you. There's lots you could do. If you're a card maker, you could use these images on cards. You could create really fun different bunting. So back each one with black fabric, okay, well, face them, sew around 3 sides, turn it through to the right side and press, and then attach this to black bias binding. I mean, make your own using the early bird, and then you can have like square and rectangle bunting hanging. That would be really fun. You could add some orange and green and purple and black pom-poms using yarn in between. Really fun, quick and easy way to decorate for Halloween. Yeah, loads of lovely ideas with that. let's move on to Tim Holtz. I do love a bit of Timmy Ho. Now this is back in stock by popular demand, probably mostly from me, because I do love Tim. Now, are we doing it? It's a bundle as well, isn't it? Yeah. Should we show the bundle first? Let's show the bundle first. Thanks, Levi. Gorgeous. Pumpkin spiced latte. Now, costume-wise for this year, what are we thinking? Yeah. And possibly, I've done a black cat before, which was cute. So we'll see. We'll see. Loving this. Loving this. This is Eclectic Elements Halloween. So if you've got any other Eclectic Elements, then this would work very well. I mean, things like the plaid, this brocade, this sort of harlequin style, the script, this one, not really Halloweeny at all. It's really just the poison bottle labels and the skulls and crossbones that have a little nod towards Halloween, but the rest really doesn't. It's giving me strong autumnal vibes, and I love the kind of aged look, that sort of slightly distressed. And if you can't be distressed at Halloween, when can you be distressed, really? Let's be honest. I don't want to be distressed any other time of the year, thanks. But gorgeous. I absolutely love this one with the poison labels. Isn't that cool? I'd like to make lunch bags out of those. Here's your lunch, Charlie. Oh, I jest. Yeah, he'd notice. Great though, isn't it? Really fun. That would be a really cool, imagine that as the lining for like a tweed bag. That would be so, like if it was like sort of browns and oranges. You could use this plaid actually and this to make the outer messenger bag and have that as the lining. Yeah, it's cool. It's cool. I like that a lot. The script fabric, of course, I could use 1,000 times over. That's just an absolutely gorgeous background fabric. I'm hoping that these are spooky letters, but I think they're just general script. Can you see anything in there? It's probably a shopping list, isn't it? What are you going to make with that, Charlie? 3 eggs and 2 bottles of wine? Making your famous wine omelette. Yum. Yum. Fabulous, though. Really good. Don't forget the bread. Don't forget the croutons. Love the croutons. The plaid's lovely, too. Absolutely gorgeous. A quarter of the bundle's gone. The stock of the bundle's gone. Absolutely lush, isn't it? Again, as I say, that with that orange maybe for a messenger. Let me go through them one by one now, because I think some of these could be great on their own as well as in the bundle. And if you want to veer away from the sort of whole Halloween autumny thing. So here's the first one, this gorgeous distressed plaid. $7.99 a half metre. Now a half a metre of this is going to be enough to make a small to medium sized messenger bag outer. A shirt would be fab. What about lining a black denim jacket, or just accent, you know, the pocket, something like that would be lovely. Really nice. Yeah, Fiona Hesford's quilted jacket, that would be stunning. Really different as well. Yeah, waistcoat, beautiful. Yep. Matching bag. That is gorgeous. Love that. 44 inches wide. Lots and lots in baskets. Lots of you multi-buying this as well. Absolutely gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Right, I'm going to wrap that one up. Let me grab the next one, which is that brocade ending 79. So this has got that gorgeous, lovely kind of warm pumpkin colour. Yes, kind of old library, sort of, you know, that kind of faded, slightly kind of stained wallpaper. It's called Spellbound. I like that. I like that. Oh, what about a notebook jacket or a diary cover? Like that. I would mix that probably with a little bit of poison. Yeah, great fabric that. Nice for a border though as well, or some coordinating cushions. You could just lay that and quilt it, you know, some batting, make it up into some cushions, and I would put something like either just a black solid as a binding or a piping, covered piping cord, or that just as a little bit of something round the edge. Anyway, that's the brocade Spellbound. Let's do the poison labels next. My favourite, it is my favourite, ending 46. This is called Apothecary. Apothecary. And it would be really fun to fussy cut. Also, just great as a fun fabric, isn't it? You'd have buyer's regret if you didn't buy this, I think. No, I think it's fun. I think it'll be fun to make like toiletry bags out of. It's quirky, isn't it? Yeah, you could add a bit of tangling. This would work really well with some of Sandra's tangling. Yeah, love it. Not to be taken. Not to be taken. Lots of you multi-buying that. It's a really cool fabric. It's the kind of thing that you may not have an immediate use for right now, but if you don't get it, you'll think, I wish I'd got some of that fabric when I saw it, you know? This is a cool one. This ends 7.2. This is Harlequin. Oh, it is called Harlequin. Excellent. Harlequino. Yes, I could imagine producer Ben dressed as Harlequin with a kind of like skin-tight bodysuit made out of this. We're just deciding on costumes for Halloween. We've got Ben's going to come as Harlequin. Charlie, our director, wants to be a sexy nurse. Okay, what are you going to be, Jess? An angel. An angel. Some kind of angel. What do you think? What should I come? I'm going to throw it out to the viewers. What should I come as? A scarecrow. A scarecrow with a pumpkin head. What about that? That would be fun. We'll see. Well, if you have an idea or a direction that you want to push me in, do let us know. Levi, what are you going to come as?
I don't know. Vampire.
A vampire. Excellent. Now, next up, I've got 8. Pumpkin and black. This is cool. It's almost like a sort of Portuguese floor tile design, isn't it? What's this one called, Jess? Manor to the manor born. Don't behave like that. Not on my manor. A dance floor. Oh, yeah. Trip the light, fantastic. We could dance the night away. I like that. Do the monster mash. Yep, love it. Again, good fabric for a bag. Oh, someone thinks I should come as a devil, I say. But cute. A cute one. Yeah, yeah. Kind of cheeky. Cheeky. With like a little red beard and little... That could be cute. That could be cute. A little pitchfork. A little pitchfork. Yeah, a little tail. Like that. Yeah, I'd have to bring one of the goats with me. Just saying. Next one, the script. Everybody needs this fabric. Spells, this one's called Spells. I love that. Everybody needs that. Oh, apparently they are spells. Are they spells? This says complaint filed. I say. Complaint filed. Anyway, I just think everybody needs it. I love fabric with script or writing on it. I think it's really cool. It's really interesting. It's a great background fabric. Yeah, love that. Love that. It would be great as a lining for a bag, great as a border on a quilt. Lots of you multi-buying that one as well. And then really spooky for the last one, it's the skull and crossbones. Very sort of Halloween. However, you know, if you really kind of stand back and look at that from a distance, actually all I'm really seeing is a sort of gorgeous kind of diamond crosshatch, and it's almost kind of Chanel-like. Do you know what I mean? I could imagine layering a clutch bag with diamond crosshatch that really you only really see when you get close up. And I tell you what I would do on that clutch bag. I would rhinestone one of the skulls and one of the crossbones with little gems. Yeah, and I would do an evening bag out of that. Yeah, with a gorgeous kind of like rhinestone shoulder chain. That's what I would do for a Halloween party. Gorgeous, but also this would be really useful if you want to make you know, a kind of pirate ship style quilt, maybe for a child. You could do that too. You know, it's kind of a useful fabric if you want that genre. Okay, don't forget you can get the whole collection in a bundle. We'll just flash you those details. $54.99 for 3.5 meters, 7.5 meters of that gorgeous Tim Holtz Halloween. Quarter of the stock's gone of the bundle. Right, next up, solids. Is that right? Yep. Oh, Rose and Hubble first. Yeah, let's go Rose and Hubble. Yeah, so I've got some really good savings on these fabrics. Let me show you these these are all from Rose and Hubble. These are all, they're full on. See, that's why I'm wearing my glasses today. I looked in the mirror and thought, nope, glasses. But they're a really good price. Now, shall we, I tell you what, let's start with pumpkins and skulls. I mean, gosh, if I had £1 for every time I've said that. There we go. Pumpkins and skulls. $6.99 a metre. Lots of you have already bought yourself some of this, and I am about to make your day. $6.99 would be a great price because actually, you know, I've got a feeling this fabric is a little wider than normal. Yeah, it's 58 inches. It's 58 inches wide. So if you wanted to make a tablecloth, for example, that would be great as a tablecloth, wouldn't it? And some napkins, you'd want extra wide. Now, $6.99, lots of you have already bought this, but I'm going to make your day. In fact, I'm going to make your whole Halloween. $3.99.5 metre. There you go. You're welcome. You're welcome. Look at that. Fabulous. A shirt for me, for John, maybe. Lisa Lamb's got in touch to say, Stuart, you would do a resplendent Dragula costume. Like it. Like it. This is flying into baskets. Flying into baskets. You could make some gorgeous tote bags, trick-or-treat bags to take out using this. Couldn't you? You could make napkins, tablecloth, bunting. You could have it all matching, and then all you need is a few carved pumpkins and a few battery-operated candles. Huge fan of those, and you're party ready. You're party ready. Half the stock's gone. Now, let me just show you the rest of it as well, because we've got loads of these. They're lovely. Yeah, more. Now, if you want to go a little bit spookier, little bit spooky. Spooky, spooky, spooky. always say. It's a little bit more spooky, isn't it? $6.99, not today. Let's match the price, Jess. Come on. Jess is producing today, by the way. We've got lovely Jess. Hey, Jess. And we've got lovely Charlie directing, as if you hadn't guessed. Hey. And then we've also got lovely Levi, who is on floor today, keeping me in check and hydrated. Gorgeous. So we've got a little bit scary pumpkin, skull, zombie, and a bat. Do you know what I'm going to do this year for one of my pumpkins, actually? I'm going to open up the competition beyond me and Charlie. I'm actually going to get the chickens to carve a pumpkin this year. So I've seen this thing, and what you do is you get the pumpkin and you make little... You just take the skin away, just the skin off, where you want the eyes to be and the mouth to be, and then you put it in with the chickens, and they go for the bit that they can get, so they basically peck the eyes and mouth out. Sorry, that's gone a bit grim now, hasn't it? But it's fun, and they'll have an absolute ball, won't they? Okay, $3.99 for that. Next one, let's go a bit cuter now. I feel like I need to go a little cuter. Cute. Yeah, like this. $6.99, not today. This is called Boo. Boo. Yep, so there's yeah, hopefully my cupcakes will look slightly more appetizing than that. But yeah, I'm doing vampires, tears, cocktails. This is really popular. This has flown into baskets. Absolutely flown. A wizard. We have another suggestion for my Halloween costume. A wizard. A wizard. Yes. Could do that. I like that. I like that. This is going to sell out. If you've got this in your basket, do please check out, won't you? Right, now this is terrifying. This next one. This is like 50s B-movie kind of. I mean, but it's cool. It's cool. But it is terrifying, isn't it? This is definitely... This is definitely me at 4 a.m. This is also me at 4 a.m. Yeah, lots of sweeties, lots of yeah, okay. Well, I think we need to match the price. Yeah, $6.99 would be a great... Remember, this is 58 inches wide. It's 58 inches wide. I'm going to hold it up so you can see... all that spookiness, all that shimmy spookiness. Ace, love it. Okay. One more, again. You know, if you've got a friend there, hold their hand. This is called Scream. Yikes. I love the kind of 80s fluoro colour palette, though. That's really fun. It's really fun. Yeah, it's good. I know, I quite like that. I quite like that. That would be really fun, actually, to make something like lounge pants out of. You could wear it with a different brightly coloured t-shirt. Sue's got in touch to say, Stuart, you could be our Dumbledore. Which is dumb. I'll just be the dumb wizard. I love it. I love it. Long beard. You're a wizard, has it, Harry? $4.99. $4.99. Are we going to match the price? Ooh, lovely. $3.99. You're welcome. You're welcome. Width-wise, let me just tell you, width-wise, this fabric, I think it's not quite as wide. This is, oh no, it is. It's 58. It's 58 inches wide. Fantastic. Absolutely brilliant bargains, those. Love it. Right, loads more to go through. Yeah. Where should we go next? Yes, spectacular plain fabrics. So, coordinating solids in Halloweeny colours. We've got lime, black, imperial purple, red and orange. So absolutely perfect. So there's your pumpkin. There's your Frankenstein. We've only got two left. There's your vampire. Easy. You know, you can just do really simple tote bags with just eyes or hair or something like that on, and you know, just eyes and hair, and suddenly you've got your motif. There's some really good images on Pinterest if you have a look, if you want some ideas. You're making a saving on this bundle. You should pay £16.95. Are we dropping the price? Oh, that is the price. Sorry, that is the price with a £2 saving. £16.95. You just per half metre. Gosh, that's a really good buy. £16.95 divided by 5. £3.39 a half metre. Amazing. Sold out. Well done. Well done. Now I've got very similar but in felt. These are 9-inch acrylic felt squares. You have got pumpkin orange. You've got poisonous purple. You've got evil emerald. You've got wicked white. This is just coming into my head. I didn't practice this. You've got vampire's blood. And you've got black as my soul. So you've got 6 squares of felt, great for crafting with kids. £2.94. £2.94. You're actually paying half price for this. 49p per sheet. Yeah, absolutely great. Absolutely great. Yeah, great quality felt this as well. Really good for crafting with kids. Get them involved, get them decorated. You could cut out shapes and you could stick them onto brown paper bags. Or, you know, just a calico table runner base and stick, you know, different shapes that you've cut out. Especially if you've got any of the multimedia dies from Crafter's Companion. Or if you've got the alphabet, you could cut out Happy Halloween, something like that. Be great. Fiona's got in touch to say the Scream pattern fabric would make a colourful infinity scarf. Fiona, I love that idea, and I'm just going to quickly... Yeah, so if you need a pattern for an infinity scarf, just go on my YouTube channel, Stuart Hillard Makes, and there's a free tutorial. But yeah, that's a really nice idea. Wouldn't that be fun? I love it. Great idea. Great idea, Fiona. Right, so that maybe I'll just wear that. Oh, I don't mean just wear that, just that. That really would make everybody scream. Right, that's that. Next up, can we do the glow in the dark? Let's do glow in the dark. Lewis and Irene, glow in the dark. Right, kill the lights. This is, so first one, this is QH54. Is it glowing? That was good. Now, trust me, it glowed in the dark earlier on. Anyway, it's a fab fabric anyway, isn't it? It's a grey mottle with stars and shooting stars all over it. £7.49. I love it when a plan comes together. That would just be a great stash fabric. It would also go really, really well if you went for the Tim Holtz. Do you see? It would fit absolutely really well. You'd think it was part of the collection, really. So yeah, great fabric, like that one. Now, we've also got some panels as well. We'll start with purple. This ends 3-2. So this is a panel to make. You've got Halloween treat bags and stuffies. They're called stuffies. So look, you've got trick or treat, Halloween treats, trick or treat, Halloween treat. So you could make like both sides, mix and match, or even I would mix this with our early bird and I would do front of the bag, back of the bag in black. Yeah, you've also got your handles, so you could make 4 bags, and then these are your stuffies, What is a stuffy? What is a stuffy? It's a bit like a sort of soft toy type thing, but it's just front and a back, a circle. You know, sew round it, stuff it, and just leave a gap, you know, and then hand sew it closed. You've got ghosts, you've got spiders, you've got skeletons. Or you could hang them in the window. There's all sorts of fun things. It's a great little project, isn't it? $14.99. You get your instructions printed on the panel, and we're actually going to crash the price. Should be $14.99, but not today. Yeah, not today. Oh my goodness, wait for this. Half price, $7.99. Well, that's bonkers, Jess. That's bonkers. It could be 2 bags, it could be 4. Look at that. Fab. And don't forget you've got 3 stuffies. It's a treat, it's not a trick. It really is a treat. Chris says, Stuart, for Halloween, you could all do the Rocky Horror Show. You might need to order some more gold lame, though. Cheeky. I like it. I like it. So that's in the purple. Amazing price. Can't believe that. That's really good value. We've also got it in a sort of pumpkin orange version. Look at this. So there's your ghost stuffy. Is he yawning? You've got your spiders, you've got your skeletons, and then look, you've got your Halloween treats and your trick or treat bags with handles as well, don't forget, and your instructions printed across the bottom. Should be $14.99, and I think $14.99 was a pretty good buy, but you're going to pay half price. It's $7.99. Amazing. Absolutely brilliant. I love that. Love that. Right. Pumpkins from Lewis and Irene. This is just a gorgeous fabric. Love this. Love this. Gorgeous purple background. Happy orange pumpkins. I'm not sure whether this glows in the dark or not. I think it did. Shall we try again? Come on. Do it for me. Oh, I think it is. I think it is. Yes, it is glowing. It's glowing. Love that. Told you. It does glow. And she says, I buy lots of sweets for trick-or-treaters every year, but I haven't had any callers for years. So, all the treats for me. It works for me. I love that. I do buy extras now, I must admit. I do buy extras. Right, let's go Riley Blake. Let's go Riley Blake, because this is really cute. This is by the half metre, not a bundle, yeah? Okay, this sends 4.6. Tiny Treaters charcoal sweet fabric. I just think that's gorgeous. I just think that's gorgeous. We've only got 2.5 meters of that left. That would make a really cool dress. I could see Bex Reed wearing a dress made of that. That's really cool. I like that. I like that. We've also got that with a cream background. Only got 2.5 meters of the black background. This is it with the cream background. But again, I think that's really gorgeous. Oh, 7 meters of that one left. This would be really lovely, actually, just to make some placemats, some napkins, some kind of doilies and stuff for afternoon tea. Something like that, or a birthday party. It's just a really lovely or it would make the quirkiest lining for a work bag. Wouldn't it? We love a lining. We love a lining. You could mix that with PU and make a gorgeous bag. Right, next up, a bit more Halloween-y this time. This ends 4.6. I absolutely adore the teal. Gorgeous. I've got 1.5 meters of this. It's about to sell out. Someone's got it in their basket. Check it out. Frankenstein's monster on there as well. Same fabric, but on a silvery grey background ending 60. That's cool. 4 meters of that left. Again, I think that would be gorgeous for dressmaking. I think that would be gorgeous. Little pinafore dress for a little girl. I mean, maybe, you know, you've got children in the family that want to go trick-or-treating but don't like dressing up. Don't like masks, don't like costumes. Some children really don't like them, you know. But you could have a lovely little pinafore dress made out of that, or a little boy's shirt. That would be cute. Or little lounge pants. Super cute. Now, this isn't cute, but I love it. Ending 80. Deep purple background, and the eyes, the hills definitely have eyes. It's great, isn't it? I love that. Love that. Spooky Hollow. Yeah, just a great colour as well, isn't it? Just a great colour. And then last one in that collection, a little silvery grey 6/7. Cute. 1 metre left. 1 metre. Lots of you have checked out on that already. I love that one. Love it. Right, just time to do a couple more. Pumpkins, pumpkins, pumpkins. 8/9. 8/9. I absolutely love this fabric. The colours is absolutely gorgeous. Floral pumpkins. Well done everybody, by the way, for checking out your baskets. Everyone's been very keen this morning. This is well oversubscribed, isn't it? In it though, it is well oversubscribed. If I could snap my fingers together, I would. Now, good general fabrics these. Sun, Moon and Stars from Jason Yenter. This is ending 04. Now, there was a gorgeous quilt made of this, but I mean, I'm just in love with that. Third of the stock's already gone. It's beautiful, isn't it? So elegant. And yes, you can use it during Halloween, but actually you could use this all year round. It's just gorgeous. It would make a gorgeous table covering. I'm not going to say it would make a nice lining, but it would. It would make a really nice lining. This would too. This ends 1/7. Little stars, little moons. Again, it's just one of those, oh God, I could use that 100 times. Be nice for Christmas. That little bit of gold. Summer solstice. Yeah. Bedding would be really nice. It would be lovely to do maybe pillowcases or trim. Yeah. And then finally, ending 6/9. Inky black sky with gold, crescent moons and stars. It's almost medieval looking. Now we had 5 meters. Half of it's gone. The rest of it, more oversubscribed. Grab that while you can. Oh my goodness, right, that was a romp through Halloween. Well done if you managed to get the fabric you wanted. I'm just going to go off and do the Monster Mash, and when I come back, I'll be joined by the absolutely wonderful Sandra Rushton, so don't go anywhere.
Hello, I'm Sandra Rushton and I'm the owner of Sanntangle. Sanntangle is a system of art that allows anybody to draw wonderful pieces and creations that you can use not just for papercraft but for sewing, for wood, ceramics, anything that you feel that you could actually put something on to enhance how it looks. So I'm delighted that Sewing Street Art invited me to come and show you some of my tips and techniques, and hopefully I'm going to be able to show you how you can create wonderful pieces of art and include it maybe in your quilts, your embroidery, your sewing and any of the other projects that you love to do.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33. Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy Alan a present.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too.
Oh, I hope you're having as fabulous a morning as we are here at Sewing Street. Please stay part of the fun, part of the party, because the ultimate party girl is here. It's Sandra Rushton.
Do you know, there has been a bit of a vibe about partying this morning, hasn't
I tell you what, you are part of that, Sandra, because you are one of the most positive, smiley, energetic people I know.
Do you know, I love it. I love what I do, and it's not difficult. It's
never
me.
work.
This is what. Yeah,
never work.
I don't work.
And you've had a busy old week, haven't you?
I have. Today starts the rest of the weekend, doesn't it? And oh my goodness me, I don't know when I'm going to get any sleep.
Consider this a break.
Yeah, it's all been done now. I can't do anything else apart from draw.
That's right. In fact, well, there is one more thing that you could do, Sandra, and I think it's probably time for a brew. And now I know I say that an awful lot, but this is time for a brew from Sandra from Sanntangle. This is the stencils for sewing and tangling, a whole new theme celebrating my favourite beverage,
of course,
the cup of tea. Sandra, have you done this just for me?
I think I've done it for me too, to be honest.
You do like a cuppa.
I do. I am a green tea girl, I must admit. So I do, yeah. But I do
Sorry,
the
I
loose
just
leaf
pulled
kind
the
of
most
things.
enormous face then.
I can't
rude.
drink black, I'm not allowed, so
No.
it's not good for me.
No, fair enough.
But
fair
no, so
enough.
green
But
tea, yeah.
We love a brew.
We do, yeah, make a big thing of it.
And this is a brand new set of stencils. Let me whip the oh, hello. Hello. So we've got stencils for teapot, coffee pot, takeaway cup, a proper cup and saucer, a mug, a spoon. You've got an espresso cup there as well. You've got circles, you've an oval. The thing with Sandra's stencils is that you can always see, I can always see some things, but I can never see anything like the possibilities. But that's why you're here.
Yeah, so you've not seen the flowers in there.
The flowers?
There's flowers in there and all sorts of things. Where are the flowers?
Where are the flowers? We will get to that.
We will get to that.
I need to do a spoon. And of course, as well, with Sandra, it's never, well, here's the stencil, you know, see what you can do with it. Sandra is right there with it. It's basically a course. It's a workshop with Sandra.
It is, yes.
You've got, I mean, incredible photography, instructions for how to use your stencils. She's there holding our hands every single step of the way. You do not need to be an artist. Everyone's an artist, right?
They are, yes. It's all based on very simple lines, whether they're curves, wobbly, straight lines, bubbles. We don't say circles. And of course, in the instructions, I've showed you that I've done a little bit of applique, but you don't have to. You can draw it straight onto your fabric, and I'll show you how to do that today. So
but we're sewers, we love a bit of fabric.
Well, this is it, yeah.
We love
it's
a bit
whatever
of
you want to
applique.
do with it. Whatever you want to do with it.
And of course, you can use them as well with things like your Inktense pencils as well.
Yes, I've got some of those with me.
So many possibilities, so many possibilities. Think of all those mug rugs, placemats, tea trays, table runners, bags, you name it, quilts.
Oh, well, and to quilts, I'm a bit addicted.
You know, when Sandra came in this morning, I said, gosh, the bug really has bitten hard now, hasn't it, on the old quilting?
It certainly has, yeah, absolutely.
Love
Such
it.
a stash.
Now, you're paying $19.99 for your full stencil set and that full booklet. I mean, a 1 hour workshop would cost more than $19.99 without materials. Let's be honest. This is a workshop with Sandra. This is all the stencils to create. Whether it's on paper, on card, on fabric, applique, quilting motifs. There is so much inspiration there. So this is our time for a brew. Now, I do feel I just need to mention at this point the essential pens.
Yes.
Because we've got all the stock. Even you haven't got any more of these.
No, we've got enough for classes this weekend. We've got enough for stock for you guys, and then they're on order, but then that's it.
We don't know when. We don't know when. So lots and lots of these on order. Lots of you stocking up. You will need to be really quick. Sandra, what am I getting here?
Okay, fine liner pens. Then we bring them onto Sewing Street because if you put these onto fabrics and you wash them up to 40 degrees, they're not going to go anywhere. They don't move.
They're colour fast.
No, absolutely, yeah.
Brilliant.
You don't have to iron them or anything. You can literally wash them. Oh. I always say, depending on, always just do a quick check, but every fabric I've ever used, which is mostly cottons, calico, it doesn't. But you get 203s.
203s.
That's the size of the nib. They're quite fine because we like that for detail. I've given you 2 of those because they are the ones you're going to use the most. and then you get an 05, which if you're doing something a little bit thicker, a bit bigger, or you want to fill a little bit in, the 05 is slightly a bigger nib,
Yeah.
and it's going to give you that option.
So kind of broader,
Yeah,
stroke.
absolutely, yeah.
Quarter of the stock's already gone.
I know, they are really lovely to use, they are.
And of course as well, we can use these for things like quilt labels
Yes,
as well.
absolutely.
Just for writing information. It could be care instructions for dressmaking.
It could be, yeah. We do, I mean, I use them on wood as well, and in some of your kits today, you've got a board, Sanntangle
yes.
board, which is wood, so you can use those to draw on there. And of course, we draw on paper with them.
Yeah, and even writing name labels to go
Everything.
inside the kids' clothes for back to school. You can do it all. Fabulous. They're a great buy. $7.99 for 3. I remember buying a fabric, safe archival ink pen. That was $7.99, and that was about 20 years ago.
Yeah, absolutely.
It wasn't that long ago, Jess. Charles Dickens wasn't alive.
I didn't say anything. I'm not judging.
Honestly. So there's our essential pens. Do make sure you get yours, won't you? They are absolutely fundamental.
They are, yes.
Half the stock is gone. I do need you to check out your baskets. Now, we've also got the sofa and armchair storage pattern and kit.
Yes.
I give a little sneak peek. I couldn't wait, Sandra.
Oh, it is lovely, isn't it? But it's actually born out of something that's really important to me, because I do sit on the sofa of an evening or whenever.
Do you ever sit down, Sandra?
I do sit down, but I'm always tangling in some way, shape or form. So, when you're sitting there and you find that your pen drops down and it ends up in the sofa, or you lose your rubber or anything like that, this is actually something that I've been using, and it's useful because everything's there, and even the little pen roll, you can put your pens in, and then if you want to, you can take that with you to use somewhere else, and then bring it back and
completely
just attach
portable.
it. So
It's phenomenal. So what you've got here, the value is incredible. So Sandra has designed an armchair, sofa or armchair storage caddy. So I showed it earlier on, and Sandra, I'm just going to come and grab the large
there's one
size
here as well,
one.
actually, yeah.
In fact, I'm going to grab the
You
large
have that
one.
one as well.
Thank you.
Yes.
So, and I think this is fab. Now, whether you're a tangler, whether you are yet to tangle, even if you're a sewer, a crocheter,
everything.
Absolutely perfect. So this is going to sit on a large sofa, isn't it? Something like a Chesterfield.
That's if I'm sat on the sofa. This is if I'm sat on my armchair.
So you've got your pockets.
Yep.
Okay. You've got another a couple of big pockets this side, 3 pockets this side. Here on the top, this could be for your book. It could be for your crochet, sewing, your sock knitting. Here we've got a detachable caddy. You can tie this up with ribbon, you can do a little elastic and a button, and then inside there, look, you've got, these are for your pens, your pencils, this could be a pair of scissors, it could be, you could put a little needle book in there, thimble, however you want to do it. This could be subdivided finer for double pointed needles for sock knitting.
Anything that you work with, you could make 1 or 2, and you could actually change them up depending on what you're doing. So if tangling one day, great, have those, but make another little roll, and then if you're doing sewing another day, you can put your little sewing kit on there.
And you get the pattern to make 3 different sizes. So this is the large size.
That's the largest,
You've got the small and you've got the medium, so depending on the size of the chair. Now you're also getting your full pattern pieces, so everything's full and dressmaker style, large pattern pieces, nice and clear, full instructions. Now, not just full instructions for how to make the caddies, but even instructions on how to tangle your project, which is really going the extra mile. But I'm not finished. I'm nowhere near finished. You're also getting a wooden tangling board, so you can sit and tangle in your armchair.
That's it. It's
So
great for leaning on, isn't it?
Yeah. Now, of course, for tangling, but if I'm doing things like English paper piecing or a plique, I usually end up putting a tea tray on my lap because I like a hard surface to work against. This is included. You get the clip as well, so you can clip on. You get your cards. This is for tangling on as well.
It is, yeah. They're known as tiles, so we do tend to draw on those, but you can do little sketches on there, you could make notes on them. I mean, your board, don't leave it plain. We tend to tangle on ours, but if you set your paper piecing or you want measurements that you always need to hand, write them on there.
Yeah.
And then you've got like an inspiration board always. So use the front and the back, and every single one you'll find unique, because it's a cherry veneer on both sides, because it's a natural wood. I don't know whether you're going to get a straight grain, whether you're going to get something round, so it's everyone is truly unique to you. Yes.
You also get your tangling pen. Is this an 03?
It could be an 03, it could be an 02. Some it varies.
I think it's oh right, so they do vary between them.
They will vary,
an 03 and 02, but you get a tangling pen, you get a pencil, you get 2 tortillons.
Yes, tortillons.
For smudging.
Yeah, absolutely. I can show you how to use them. All of that included.
Can we? Is there any other way of getting this tangle board?
No, because it's literally made for that kit, and we're giving you a really good price on everything today, because
can you believe that?
We want you to have everything. So it's nice all together.
Absolutely amazing value. $19.99 for that, the whole thing. 3 different sizes of sofa and armchair caddy patterns. You get your tangle board, you get your tangle tiles, you get your tortillon smudges, you get your pencil and your tangling pen. That is phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal value. Over half the stock is already gone.
Yeah, it's just so lovely. It really is. And because everything's together, you know that when you get it, you make it, everything's going to fit.
And so multi-use as well.
Of course.
You know, you won't just make one set of these. And also you'll have your favourite size that fits your home. You can make them for different seasons, for different crafts, and of course a slight adaptation of the width of the pockets.
Yes.
And they could be for pens and pencils, crochet hooks, scissors.
Yeah, I've got one to match every quilt. So when you change your quilt, you can. Yeah, absolutely.
I love it. I love it. Right, I'll pop that to one side. We'll go into the Essentials Tangle Kit. So, what you're getting here, again, I can't believe the value in this set. So, to start with, we've got our sewing pattern.
Yes.
Talk me through this.
Okay, the sewing pattern allows you to make this little kit. It's one of those things you can put in your bag, basically, and you've got everything that you possibly need. So it's got a little popper there for your tiles.
Love that little concertina pocket.
I know. So you can add a few extra. Of course, you've got your little hidden pocket for your tangle board. And again, the tangle board has been made specifically to fit that pocket.
So you get the tangle board and the clip included. It's exclusive to this kit.
Yeah, you can't
get that any other way. Stencil for your bubbles.
Yeah, your little
and
bubbles.
Your
and and you've got a little ruler on the side there as well. It's actually engraved into the ruler. Yeah, you can sort of feel it on the edge. It's just engraved in there. Yes.
Absolutely incredible.
That
I
fits,
see. Yeah.
Of course, that fits into the side pocket.
This fits in here.
Yeah, and then of course you've got on the other side a little pocket that fits your pen, pencil. Now tortillons, because they're quite small, you don't always want to put them in the pocket, so I've done a little
elastic. So another pocket there for pens and pencils. Yeah. And of course you also get 2 tortillons, you get a pencil, you get a white pencil, you get a Sanntangling pen, you get your Sanntangle board for $24.99. Yeah. It's just amazing. Yeah. You get some tiles.
Yeah. Just to note, Stuart, the white pencil's mine, so you don't get the white
pencil. You don't get the white pencil.
It's just because it's my pad. I'm so sorry.
Gotcha,
but,
no worries.
You do get your pen, pencil and your tortillons in there.
Fab. You get your tiles. You even get a button for creating your closure. And of course, full instructions to make the wallet and full dressmaker style paper patterns and instructions on how to tangle. Absolutely fantastic value. What a gorgeous thing to make for yourself, but what a wonderful thing to make for friends, for family. It's just brilliant. It's just brilliant. Love that. Great gift. Really giftable. Really giftable. And a lovely sort of kind of a weekend project.
Absolutely, it is, yeah. So whether you want to make it yourself and give, or whether you want to give them the whole thing, whether you want to do it as a group. Maybe you share it. I sew with my mum. My mum doesn't sew particularly, but she likes to sit there and she chooses the colours and where things go, and it's just a really nice sort of way of joining together and doing something between
it is.
So,
it's absolutely gorgeous. Now, stock announcement on the fine liners, on the Tangling pens. Half the stock gone. The rest is in baskets. Remember, this is our final stock right now. We cannot get any more because, Sandra, you don't have any more right now.
No, they are
They're
on order, but they're being made as we speak. So it could be a month, could be
a month, right?
I
Okay.
don't know.
So definitely get yours. Lots of people multi-buying on that. I have a real bargain for you. You'll like this. Love a little bargain. Now this is a pair of Sanntangle scissors. How cute. $7.99. What are we going to do, Jess? You want me to come back to this? We'll come back to this. We've got a little technical issue with putting the details. We have got some great little scissors. We'll get to them.
Absolutely.
We'll get to them. Sandra, I'm going to come over. I feel like I need to do some.
come on over.
We're gonna start with Time for a Brew, aren't we?
I thought that'd be quite nice because we're all sat down with our cuppers, and so it's
Wait a
nice to
minute.
sort of see. Oh, hang on.
Just a minute.
How's he go? I've finished mine in the green room. I thought, I'll not bring it. But he's got it.
Well, I always have mine on air with me.
See, my cup's tangled on, so.
Well, it would be.
Well, absolutely. But yeah, it's a really nice one. It's very close to my heart, and
yeah, me too.
I've got some lovely little sort of samples here to see what exactly the instructions are going to allow you to do. But of course, you can decide what you're going to do. Here's the flowers.
Those from the same stencil.
How did we do the flowers?
I need to see. Okay.
Okay, I'll show you that in a little while. But this has been all tangled. Even the fabric here that matches the outside, still been tangled on and coloured. So if I move to the next one.
Absolutely gorgeous. Oh, look
Very,
at these.
very traditional, this, isn't it? Now, a lot of times you'll find cups like this in an image have been stacked upwards. So I've gone crossways.
Yep.
But again, bringing pattern fabrics in, you can see I've took the lovely design from this one. I've actually drawn it in.
Oh, that's
Same there, just a little bit,
lovely.
because then this has then inspired me
Yes.
to create these from over the top there.
What a fantastic idea. So
lovely
it's
little
growing
thing.
out of the cup.
Absolutely.
Beautiful.
This one, I'll move that one out of the way because
Oh,
we don't want to sort of.
that.
And again, we can see traditional cups and things, in Pinterest and all that kind of thing, but we don't really see something that we carry about with us all the time. So having a little travel mug and extending it and doing little things with
Love that.
really makes a difference. Very, very easy to do, and you could lot tangle in sort of possibilities.
And these
there.
are appliqué flowers on top.
These ones, yes, I've actually fussy cut a little bit of fabric out, but I'm going to show you how to draw them.
Wonderful.
I have actually tangled in the middle of each
Oh,
one.
I can see. That's
There we go.
amazing.
Then we've got a lovely, again, little traditional pot here that has been a little bit stitched in,
Yep.
but then all the flowers all been drawn using the stencil.
And just
there.
that lovely little detail. There's always
Absolutely.
time
It's
for
always
tea.
bits, isn't it? It's like in my
Always.
house, it's either that or dog
I'm just
hair.
thinking about things like cafetiere cozy
Or-
that you could
oh,
tangle,
yes.
a tea cozy
Yes,
as well.
yes.
Absolutely beautiful, aren't
Absolutely.
they? Mug rugs, a great giftable item.
Oh, absolutely. So we're ready. Do you want to have
yeah,
a go?
yes, please. Yes, please.
I've prepared you some paper.
Thank you.
Oh, no, let's do it that way because that's the fabric side. So, yeah, what I thought we'd do, I've used a bit of freezer paper on the back just to help us with a bit of security. So we have a stencil.
Lovely.
And you're going to need a pen.
Yep.
So, 1 second. There we
Am
go.
I allowed to borrow one of your pens?
There we
Thank
go.
you.
I've got my pen here.
Perfect.
Now, the other thing you will probably need as well is a friction pen, because if you're going to be drawing and you want to add little bits and pieces to it, then this is great to use. So I think the easiest thing to do, first of all, is let's try a spoon. Okay. So if I'm just going to draw it with a friction, then I'm going to let you borrow the stencil there. There you go.
Thank you.
And then I'm going to come straight in with my regular pen, and you think, oh my goodness me, I'm going to draw onto fabric with pen. What's going on here? So first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to create a little curve. Now you can do it this way. I know I'm left-handed, see, so I'd come from this side. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go underneath my spoon,
Yeah.
back out the other side, and then over the top, and then back underneath.
Okay.
Oh, and then back out here. So I've got a little wave going around it. Okay, so let's thicken that up a little bit. I'm going to do another line, you see, this way. So it's a little line going across there. And then it's going to come down here and create sort of a ribbon across the top there. And then along here and a ribbon out there. So I've actually formed this lovely sort of ribbon around my spoon.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, I've got that.
At that point, I'm happy with that. I can draw in that spoon with my fine liner pen there. See, I'm just coming in and doing that.
So right round the whole.
Yeah, I'm going around the whole thing now. And of course, that blue underneath is going to be ironed away, so that's okay. So first of all, you could just leave it like that, couldn't you?
Yeah.
And you could just, you know, it could be a little Welsh love spoon. You could add bits to it. So let's add a couple of little bobbles on the end of that ribbon. There we go. And do it this way. So the ribbon's just become a little bit more expensive per metre, hasn't it? By adding these little bobbles on it. Yeah.
So just along the edge.
Just along the edge there, yes. Now you could add little dots, you could put little heart shapes along, whatever you want to do here, really. And it's just really sort of relaxing, isn't it? And I don't want you to worry about drawing onto fabric. If you think, oh, I'm not really sure, do it all with a friction pen first. It's absolutely fine.
Or even practice drawing it on paper
Of course you
first.
can. I mean, we did planners, didn't we, the other week?
We did.
So if you've got that, you can always, you know, do a bit of a practice piece. I do use mine to, you know, plan quilts and things and try different bits. I've got a little bit of faux stitching coming in on my ribbon here.
You're so quick.
I know, I do it all the time. And there's so many things to show, Stuart.
So little, okay.
Yeah, just a little. And again, you don't have to do this with pen. You could actually do little stitches.
Oh
if you
wow,
wanted
yeah,
to.
yeah.
There we go. Okay, so look at that.
This is really expensive. This
Yeah.
is Vivi Rouleau ribbon,
God.
isn't it?
So that's very, very simple, isn't it, in a sense? If I just bring a touch, just a touch of colour in there, I'm just going to use my ink tense pencils here.
Gorgeous, love
And
them.
of course, you know, you can add a little bit of water to these and they're really vibrant. But very, very quick demonstration just to sort of start you off with it a little bit. And that's how you would do it. I mean, we could add so many more things, but I want to show you a little teapot. And we've got another product to see. There you go. Yeah?
Yeah,
So,
I'm just going to put my spoon next to yours because, you know, I mean, you can see the teacher and the student, but it's not bad.
No, not at all.
It's
You've
not
got this. I mean, I
bad.
have rushed you a little bit on that because,
Yeah.
of course, we've got the paste to sort of
Exactly.
keep up. But look, you've got your ribbon going
I'm all
over.
there.
You've got your spoon. Absolutely. You've done a great
Untangle
job.
the spoon.
Yeah, absolutely. Do it. Do you want to carry on with that? And I'm going to do a teapot. Can we?
Yeah,
Is that all right?
of course.
Yeah. Okay. What have I got here then? I've
I
started.
don't want to miss out on doing a teapot.
No, and I
was
want
all.
to show you how to do these little flowers as well, don't I? So I'll do that first. So on my stencil, you've got an oval and you've got a circle.
Sorry, I'm just
That's
using
okay.
your stencil. Here you go, you
So-
can have it back.
okay, so I'll use that. So if I actually bring this in, and I'll do that large shape. See, I've come in with my friction pen there. And then if I go in with my regular, I'm going to put a bubble in the middle. Okay. I'm going to stick now with my friction pen and I'm going to split up the space around the side. So
Okay.
I'm going to go half and then quarter.
So this is where your friction pen comes into its own because it allows
Absolutely.
you to draft out a few extra
Yep.
lines.
So I'm going to split that space into half again. Okay. And then I'm going to come back in with my regular pen. And I can choose what shape I put into these. So if I stick with the one I've got on my little applique here, I've come up the shape there. So I'm following and using as much of that shape as I can, putting a little kink at the top there, and then coming back down. And I don't know about you, when I was at school, when I was actually a student, not teacher, you draw flowers or you draw things like this and you think, oh, I'm going to get to the end, I'm going to have to squish in a final petal.
Yes, yes.
But with this way, you don't have to, because every every section. I used to get told off for doodling in the class, I really did. And that
Did
was when I was a
you?
teacher as well, yeah.
Did you?
We used to sit at, you know, at inset evenings. We used to do our insets in the evening.
Oh yeah. Oh,
And whoever would be talking at the front,
deadly.
and I'd be sat there, you know, doodling.
Yeah.
And I was sort of hauled into the office once, like, Sandra, you need to pay attention. I was like, just ask me anything, and I could answer it because
Yeah.
my head was
Yeah.
in the meeting.
Of course it was.
You know,
of course it
but
was.
take my pen
Doing
off
things
me.
like this help you to concentrate, don't they?
Absolutely. Take my pen off me, I'd have been away with the fairies. There you go, flower. Let's put a little stem on. Okay, and then little curve that way, line up the middle, job done. Curve that way, and that way, line up the middle, job done. There's my flower.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
I'm just bringing this over for
Look at
teacher
you.
approval.
Look.
Obviously, I need to take out that, but I finished off the little, add a little bit of detail here and here.
Absolutely.
Is that okay?
That's brilliant. Look at you.
Hey.
But again, imagine French knots in there and all that kind
Oh,
of little
yeah.
thing going
Yeah,
on.
yeah, yeah.
It'd just be lovely,
I
wouldn't it?
definitely get in there with some ink tents and then some embroidery.
Yes, absolutely. And this is where it
Gorgeous.
takes you. You start with the drawing and then you can move on. Hence, we've moved on a little bit here. I've still drawn my flowers in it, but I've
Yeah.
actually fussy cut them out the fabric and then a little bit of fabric there. So
Yeah.
friction pen again.
Can't leave it as plain fabric, come on.
No, not at all. So looking at my pot, I've given you a couple of hints here. Now you'll notice that this one had got a top. My teapot doesn't. I've took it off because I've decided not to put it on. Don't have
Cool.
to.
No. And then you could have flowers coming out of the teapot,
Of course,
couldn't you?
all sorts of things. So here I've actually got myself a little mark, and that just shows you where the spout's coming in there.
Understood.
So we could put a little bobble on the end there, and it starts to give you that space. But if I turn it this way, and I'm going to put myself some curves in there. Now you see the curve there? I've used the same curve there. So if I put those in there, you see how again I've split up the space.
Yeah.
And then if you come in with your pen, what I can do here, I'm going to start with this one in the middle, is on the one in the book, I've actually got a little sort of sentiment there. But if I
Yes,
just
that's the one there's always time for tea.
Yes, but I think with this one, I'm going to come in and putting these little like U shapes in. Yeah.
Oh, nice.
So again, it's not too tricky, is it? I've started in the middle and working my way outwards, sort of on both sides there. So that's my first. You could leave it at that if you want, but then why not? I'm going to come from the middle of that one, do another, and another. And this is the shapes that I actually stitched on the sample. So you can draw this in friction pen, stitch it, and then you could actually iron away the friction pen. But for this one, I'm going to draw it in. There we go, little lines there. And then you see each time, look, I'm going in between. So I'm creating this sort of little scallop shape along there to that one. That's good. And then of course the top bit, same sort of thing. So let's bring one in there and there. So I'm not doing anything that's really tricky in terms of drawing. So in between here, we could put that little sort of leafy shape, see,
cool.
Curve either side. So then you can start to really, be as creative as you want with this. You could add little beads in there. We've talked about stitching it. You could actually machine stitch it if you wanted to. So it's all about keeping it simple, not overdoing it. The actual detail's going to come in, adding more and more. So our flowers floating around, I'm going to bring a little stem in, and it's going to sit into there. Okay, then we want some little leaves. So if I just sort of flick through this and give you a little hint as to what I'm doing here, because I don't want you to think, oh my goodness me, how does this work? You can see here, look, I've got my ovals and my circles in. And
It's
here,
such an easy way to build up the flowers, isn't it?
absolutely,
Just to provide the structure.
So you see here, look, I've actually got a little leaf in there. I've drawn a line, and it shows you, look, I've drawn some lines. And then here, a little curve either side. But I think I might decide I don't want to do that one. So let's have a look at the other. It's got a lovely leaf here. So let's bring those in instead.
That looks very complicated.
Oh, are you ready?
I'm ready for it.
You ready? Let's do one here then.
I'm going to draw one at the same time.
Come on then, let's do it. Up and a bobble on the end.
Yeah.
All right. And then either side. Now you want these to be a little bit longer than you might think. So along and bobble to either side. So it's almost like a little triangle. Yeah. Okay. So then what I'm going to do, that's it. So from the top here, not right at the top, just slightly in, I'm going to bring another curve down there.
Okay.
Okay. Do the same on the other side. Let's just turn that round a little bit. See how they join? So I've got one.
Oh, gotcha.
Looks like it's flying now a little bit. Look, a bit like a swallow.
Yep.
And then again, I'm going to come slightly further in. And if I do that, working my way all the way up until I get to the top, so they're getting smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller. And the same on the other side. Each one smaller and smaller. So it's very, very tropical, aren't they?
They are.
See how that's given us that sort of
Oh, I
little
need to
design.
get thinner, 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 thinner.
So I could add a few of those in. So maybe bringing one underneath there.
Yes.
And that's going to go in there.
Oh yeah, lovely.
Yeah.
I got it. I got it.
That's it. So every time it's the same thing. It's very, very repetitive in terms of, look at yours, look at that.
It's okay,
so
isn't it?
Little dots underneath and it'll just look a little bit, yeah. So let's do this one. So, you know, in 5-10 minutes, if you think, I've never done this before, I don't really know what I'm doing, 5 or 10 minutes, you can have something working around, whether it be as the spoon, whether you start to add your extra little bits in. You know, this can be done of an evening, you know, when you've got 5-10 minutes. He's done really well with it. He has. It's great.
Well, what's lovely, I mean, I can't draw a straight line, but actually with the support of the Sanntangle methods, the stencils, and actually just a willingness to have a go.
I think that's it, you know, it's picking that pen up. I mean, I know there's some of you out there have brought my products before, and then you say, oh, I dared start. So, there we go. All right, so look at yours.
Absolutely gorgeous.
And I'll get the other.
Yeah, look, and there's my little, look, there we go. Gold star, silver star probably,
No,
silver
it's
star.
Yeah, so it's like 5 or 10 minutes. It's not such a thing, is it? You just do a little bit as you go, and before you know it, you're creating those. Make them into little quilt blocks or your bags, whatever you want to do with them.
So many possibilities, aren't there?
I know.
So that's time for a brew, 19.99. Now I'm just going to quickly nip over and just go back to the scissors because we had to leave them, and I've got an absolute steal on these. You having issues again? Oh, okay. Oh. Shall I go back?
Oh, it's going to be one of those days.
It's going to be one of those days,
Just give us
my
time to
love.
sort ourselves out.
That's
It's
true.
fine, isn't it?
So you've designed this fabulous armchair caddy.
Yes. So I
A
just want to.
sewing pattern with tangling.
Yeah, now with sewing patterns, I always like to have the pattern full size. I don't like any of this, you've got to photocopy it, nothing like that. So you'll always find it's the full size. I've always got a 1/4 inch seam allowance round it. Even if it's not marked, it's always there. So first things first, you see here, you've got all these lines. You've got your centre. This is where your poppers go, but this is your centre. And if you want to do the smallest version, what you do, you only need these 2 lines. So you would fold it, see, along there. Let's do it properly, Sandra. Fold it along there. And then you take that, look, to the fold line. You see, it's
How clever.
It's made it shorter.
How clever.
And I do the same on the other side.
Yeah.
And then, of course, if you find that your armchair's really, really long or really wide, then if it's wider than this, all you've got to do is you can split this in the middle and you can add a little bit more in and then stick it back together again. It's not, don't be precious with it. So this is where you've got your smallest, your medium and your largest.
That's such a clever way of doing it.
That works there. Your pockets, you've got a pocket, there's your pocket position, okay? So it's entirely up to, I mean, John's put it there, but it's within there. If you want anything a little bit bigger, so like the bigger one, I've added the extra pocket in. I've added 2 inches more on top of this, and that does state in the instructions that's what I've done. But you can look at this and think, do you know what, I want it just an inch, or I want it 2. You can extend it to whatever you want to do.
So you could actually put 3 pockets on if you want.
Absolutely, if you want to.
Brilliant idea.
Okay.
Yep, look like that.
Yeah, the way it's built up, very, very easy. You've got your main piece, you put your interfacing on, or a little bit of fleece, or a little bit of wadding. Get your choice. And then everything's built on top of this one. So this would be the inside piece. You'd get your pockets. You would stitch around your pockets, whatever you wanted on there, and then you would actually stitch. You'd put your other piece on top, stitch all the way around it, bag it out. Very, very simple to do. Exactly the same thing with your little pen roll here. Okay, so again, you've got fold lines. So this shows, this is where it's going to fold to. Look, there's your poppers. That would fold up this way to give you your pen section. This would fold down to give you the little piece that's going to hold it in place. And then it all wraps. Simple as that. I've even given you a little notch, and that's where you'd put your ribbon or your little bit of elastic.
Perfect. And that's the same for the small, medium and large?
Same for the small, medium, large. And again, if you want to make this bigger, it's a case that you would extend it a little bit. And
Well, I
that's
actually think you've got an extra pattern in there, because I would make that on its own as well.
Yeah.
Oh, I recognise that
Do we
fabric.
recognise this fabric?
Oh, wow. Oh, that's lovely.
So let me just sort of show you this one, of course, as it's been made ready.
Oh, that's
Here we go.
beautiful.
There we go. It's been made ready. So you see everything's been built up. I've got the 2 pockets in here. So I'd place them on the top, stitch them in place, and then put the back bit on, bag it all out. And you see I've even used the ribbon that came with it. Now, why have I put ribbon at the top there? Because sometimes you don't always want it on the arm of your chair. So what you could do is you could fold it up. You can put a little bow on. You can hang it up on the back of your chair.
as well.
Whatever you want to do with it. Yeah. But I just want to show you just a little bit with the actual pen holder. Now, in the instructions, you've got 2 ways of doing it. You could put your poppers in last, or you could put them in at this point. I probably would put them in this point, because once you've done this and you're stitched up, trying to get a popper in, it's a bit tricky. So what I've actually worked on here is to make sure the poppers go in place, and then you've got this sort of mark here. Now, I don't want you stitching down and getting all excited and breaking your popper.
Sure.
So what I would always do is pin it. So here we go. So I know where my popper is, I can feel it. So I'm going to put a little pin either side. There we go. And then one there. And then I know that I can't stitch in between those 2. I know that sounds really silly, but honestly, it's not. Yeah?
No, I get that. And also just knowing where they are, because
Yeah.
you need to make allowances for the presser foot as well.
Oh,
so it
yes.
doesn't bump in and send your line
Yeah.
of stitching wobbly.
No, we don't want that. So I'm just going to stitch up the sides. And this is yours. So do you want little pockets? So do you want half a pocket?
What do you mean this is mine?
This is yours.
This is for me?
Yes.
Is it really?
Yes.
Oh my goodness. Wow.
Yeah. I didn't think you'd... Yeah, you're welcome.
Thank you. I love it.
That's
Isn't
it.
it beautiful?
Let's just give this a bit of a stitch.
Oh, I'm going to leave it to you, honestly, however
Shall I-
you want to
shall I do it?
Yes, please.
All right, so I'm just
Oh
going to...
gosh, that's made my day.
Well, I mean, you've got to have something Sanntangled, haven't you?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. And you'll notice that it has been Sanntangled
You have
already.
been tangling
I
this.
made a start.
It's absolutely beautiful. So clever. And a bit of shading on the eggs. I love
Of course,
that.
yeah. I mean, don't ever think that because your fabric's patterned that you can't tangle on it.
Right.
Yeah, if you can, you've got a bit of space or you want to add to it, if you've got bubbles and you want to add a few flowers, you can do that too. Absolutely. Okay.
Superb. Absolutely
I'll
superb.
just put you a couple of little rows in here.
Thank you.
That's, I'm just lining it up with the edge. You can mark these in with a friction pen if you want to, but I'm going to go with my marks there. I always find I always overstuff them anyway with different pens.
Yes.
But this will allow you to put little bits of scissors
We've all
in
got
and
lots
stuff.
of bits and bobs, haven't we? And
We
you know,
have.
whether you're crocheting while you sit and relax, or you're doing some hand piecing, some EPP. Maybe you're tangling, of course.
Of course.
Maybe you're doing cross stitch or embroidery. These caddies are perfect for all of those hobbies. And you can personalise them, can't you?
Absolutely, you can. Yes. I mean, if you want to stitch on them, you want to embroider in them. They're just so nice, and they do look lovely on the arm of a chair, don't they?
I love them. I love them.
And they're very practical. I am a very practical sewer. I like things that I know are going to have a purpose to them. Yes, they want them to look beautiful, but they've got to look right as well. They've got to be fit for purpose. Just
Wasn't
trimming
it
your
William
threads.
Morris that said, have nothing in your home that you do not know to be useful or believe to be beautiful?
That's right, yes.
And this is both.
Yeah, that's it. And he said that in, what was it, 1880s?
Still true now.
Yeah, it certainly is, isn't it?
Yeah.
So there we go. I'm just going to show you how to tangle on it because
Oh, yes, please.
you might need to finish it.
We
Here
do
we
love a
go.
tangle.
Yeah, just
and it
taking your
just makes
threads.
everything unique and personal and
Certainly
special.
does, certainly does. So you can see here I've actually taken inspiration from your work there.
Yeah.
So I'm going to use my time for tea because I've got some circles there.
Indeed.
And ideally,
We don't have circles, we have bubbles.
we do have circles, yeah. But I do know, that John's drawn that. So I've drawn the teapots, and when I say to him I want, you know, he's like, what size? Because he's the engineer.
Of course.
So I know that will be a circle.
Yeah.
Because then, of course, what we make in it
Yeah.
is not. So here we go. Let's do a
Love it.
couple.
So this again, you use the friction pen at this stage.
Yes, I've used the friction pen because you've not got a circle or a bubble around
No,
yours,
right.
so I don't want one around mine.
Of course.
But I am going to come in with a pen. Here we go. And again, looking at the inspiration from yours. So let's start in the middle. And I'm going to draw some lines. Now again, if you're a little bit scared about this, do a friction pen. You can use a straight edge. But you know, I don't always want them to be perfectly straight.
Agreed.
It's just nice that you can see the difference and add a few extra bits in. Here we go. Let's do another one there.
You can also as well, I remember years and years ago, I had this lovely fabric, so kind of two shades of cocoa brown, and it had this really annoying little white spot on it, which I didn't like. I mean, it would have been nice, but not for the project I'd got planned. It sort of jarred. So I sat and coloured them all in.
Oh, yeah,
with,
of course.
you know, and you can change the look of fabric, can't you, to make it more what you want.
Of course. So I'm not saying for 1 minute that this fabric's not beautiful, because I wouldn't have brought it, would I? But yeah, it's lovely. But you know, just adding that little bit on, it's just personalised it.
It does.
And you don't have to do a massive amount. See, there's my bubbles, look. But it's actually
Champagne for everyone.
in there. There we go. Just bringing that in there. And I have got a little bit of colouring on there as well. So let's do the same. Okay, use that dark purple there. So add a touch in on those bubbles. So again, I'm not doing too much at all, but it's just going to be lovely. And I didn't watercolour those. They don't have to be. But
No, sure.
I didn't, because I knew on it, I didn't want them to look different for you. So you've got these on your little roll there. And then, of course, you've got the whole of this space you can play with.
Absolutely.
And then the nice thing as well, on this, you could actually tangle into some of the squares.
Oh, nice.
So I don't want to overdo it because, you know, it's
You've got to
yours
leave me
do.
for something to do.
Absolutely. But having said that, because you get the kit that comes with it, don't you? So where's the kit? So
We
here
should go over the kit actually, because in this pack for $19.99 you're getting the storage pattern. So you're getting, in fact, I'm going to nip over here if that's all right. You're getting your 3 sizes of pattern for your sofa, your armchair, wherever you sit. There's a size that will fit. So you get your full pattern, full instructions, not just for making the project, but also for how to tangle it, even how to tangle the button. Great for a beginner.
Do you know what? It certainly is. It's a couple of hours project if you take your time.
Yeah.
And then you can have fun doing some tangling over it. And it's very, very simple to do, and I can honestly say that. I would differentiate if not, but it
exactly.
is. It's a really nice, easy one to do.
Simple sewing. You get your pencil, you get your tangling pen, your fine liner pen, you get 2 tortillon tools, you get a selection of Sanntangle tiles for tangling on. You also get your Sanntangle board. This is exclusive. This has been designed and made to go specifically with this set. You get your little clip there as well for holding your tangling tiles on there as well while you're working on them. You get all of that included, plus your instructions for 3 different sizes for $19.99. Now this is absolutely fat quarter friendly as well, isn't it?
Oh yes, it is. The smallest one will fit on a fat quarter. If you want to go a bit bigger, I would perhaps buy a little bit more, but then as I said, mine would match my quilts, and maybe you've got a little coaster at the side of you that you would put in. So you're always going to use those extra bits for something else. So yeah, absolutely.
Fantastic. Absolutely fantastic.
Yes, yes.
Okay, that has been so incredibly popular. Well over half the stock. Well over half the stock. In fact, there are so many flying out of baskets as I speak, we're actually calling this a possible sellout. However, we're just seeing if we can get a few more, Sandra.
Of course,
So
absolutely, yes.
we're raiding your warehouse.
That's fine,
There
yeah.
are ninjas currently
Yeah.
going through the windows to see what
Yeah.
they can find.
Okay.
While we're here, I'm just going to grab the Time for Tea set. This, Sandra, for me, is your most instantly applicable set that you've done, because we've got these lovely it's got instant appeal for me. I don't know about you. The teapot, the coffee pot, the cups and saucers, instant appeal, and also a really good size for grabbing things like your Liberty scraps,
Yes.
gorgeous florals,
Absolutely.
or your blue and white striped fabrics, and just perfect. You get your full instructions. This is like a workshop with Sandra, how to create the different shapes, how to tangle inside them. You don't need any artistic ability. What you need is a willingness to make a mark with a pen.
All it is, yeah.
onto
And I know
paper or
it feels
fabric.
scary, and you think on fabric, and I'm never going to do this, but it's just about pick up a pen now and try it. Draw a little curl, a little swirl, something, and that's what it is. It builds up from that kind of thing. So really, really, really straightforward to do. And honestly, there's so much help out there. There's a wonderful Facebook group. I've got lots of videos on YouTube, and we're doing a craft ember 10 minutes a day at the minute.
You're doing a tile every day, aren't you?
Absolutely, to make a bigger picture.
Yeah.
That would be fabulous, doing each one as a little quilt
Oh,
block
cute.
each day.
Wow,
so you could
yes.
go bigger and make this picture. It's going to be it's so nice. So that's on YouTube as well.
Fab.
So we're there. Come, or if not, come and ask. Come and ask. So it's it's lovely to do. Lovely. You'll enjoy it. You'll be addicted.
Absolutely.
Just a little bit, yeah.
You're a terror. You shouldn't be let out. You're an encourager.
Okay.
You'll have the whole world tangling in the end.
Absolutely.
Now, I can't not mention the fine liner pens. We've got the last of stock. We've got more of these in baskets than we have. You get 2 03 nibs and 1 05 nib. Your 03 nibs are your very fine, great for doing those fine details.
That's what we've been drawing with.
That's what we've been using,
yes.
yeah. And then you get your 05 nib, which is broader, and this is going to give you kind of deeper, broader strokes.
Yeah, I can show you the difference actually.
That'd be lovely,
I'm
thank
about
you.
to draw on your tangle board.
$7.99. Yes, please. Tag it.
Yes. Absolutely. So yeah, there's my 5 and there's my 3, okay? So when you're working on the board, you'll notice it's different on both sides. So you can work on both, but this one's got a lovely straight grain. So being that it's actually going to go with Stuart's lovely fabric here, and we've worked and already picked on these little dots, I'm going to actually do a few of those on here. So
great.
I wouldn't use the friction pen. I would go in with a pencil to start with here. So if I add a couple in at the top, there we go. So let's do 3 there. So this is something that if you've never done before, you can have a go with. And it's just an addition to your fabrics. And of course, if you're gifting this, this then becomes personal as well. So if I'm going to use the 5 for this. So again, because the grain's going this way, I'm going to do the same. So I'm going to bring that 5 in there and put those lines in. Okay. And then of course I can rub out that line after with the pencil. I don't need that. I just want these lines. So that's giving me a thicker sort of nib than I would usually use. But because it's, you know, it's on something a bit different, it's nice.
Yeah,
to
it's
sort of
giving
give you
that slightly
texture.
bolder look. There's still loads of control though, isn't there?
Absolutely, yeah. Don't ever be afraid as well. If you think I can't draw straight lines, don't worry. Draw them wobbly.
Yeah,
Who knows?
quite.
Absolutely, whatever you want to do.
This is yours. You make it your way.
You
I've got some
certainly
great
do.
news, Sandra.
Oh,
We've got the
okay.
scissors. We can do the scissors at last, I promise. Right, here they are. And then I've got some lovely fabric to share with you. These are Sanntangle branded, beautiful. Look, they have a scissor guard. Sharp, sharp, sharp to the point. Beautiful. Perfect for snipping threads, for fabric, for cutting out. I love the colour. Beautiful. $7.99. This would go really, really nicely actually in your storage. Look, you've got your roll in the centre. I think this would go absolutely perfectly in there, don't you think? Now, price-wise, I think $7.99 for a great pair of scissors is a terrific price. But Sandra, I think you can go better than this, right?
Oh, yes.
We're going to drop the price. Check this out. Oh, fantastic. $4.99 for those. Brilliant little pair of scissors. They would go beautifully in the sofa roll, which I've just renamed your pattern, the sofa roll.
That's fine.
The tidy. It would be brilliant, wouldn't it? So many of these jumping into baskets now. Great little addition in your sewing kit, in your tangling kit. For when you want to do things like fussy cut, little flowers that you're then going to applique on and tangle over. So many different possibilities. So many of you multi-buying as well. They're very giftable, aren't they? And if you're going to make this storage for friends, for gifts, why not pop a little pair of Sanntangle scissors into the caddy with maybe a little pen? Lovely addition.
Yes,
Lovely
absolutely.
addition. Gorgeous.
Really sweet, isn't
Loads
it?
of those. Keep going through on those. Now I want to quickly mention we've got some fabrics which would be so cute. Now I had these yesterday and I said time for tea. Hello, I know the perfect fabric. This is IR47. This is a gorgeous. Have you seen this fabric?
Do you know, I haven't. No, if you were showing it yesterday, I was a bit
You
busy
said-
prepping, but
Look.
it's perfect for it,
All
isn't
with
it?
teacups.
It
I'm
was
just
made for
thinking.
me.
It really was. I'm thinking for the
Need
caddy,
some.
time for tea.
Yes.
You do need some.
I do need to do a little teapot caddy, actually. I do.
Fabulous. Fabulous. It is IRUI47. We'll get that up on screen. I've also got some solids as well. If you want to grab some fabric for tangling on, maybe for tangling practice, maybe for creating those centre blocks, I've got some seeded natural cotton ending 60. There it is, seeded natural cotton, $3.79 for half a metre. This is easy to tangle on, isn't it?
It certainly is, yeah. I mean, if you can tangle straight onto it without anything underneath it, you've got your board. But for a bit of stability, say we used freezer paper on the back of ours today, you can interface it if you want to, whatever works. But sometimes it will need a little bit of rigidity just to help you. If you've never done it before.
It did make drawing on fabric much easier with freezer paper ironed to the back.
It holds in place, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So it's a little bit
Perfect.
easier.
Perfect.
Yes.
I've also got the is this ivory, Jess? Ending 21. I've got ivory. Again, I just think these are absolutely brilliant to go with if you're making the caddy.
Yeah. Yeah, it's nice
Yeah,
to have
great to have in your
it's
stash.
nice to have that little compliment from the fabrics that
Yeah.
are patterned to that, and then you can create your own fabric
Yes.
using that based on whatever fabric you use. So
Yeah.
you could be drawing teapots and all sorts on it if you want to.
You certainly will. I certainly
Absolutely.
will. Next one ending 26, light pink.
Oh, that's nice. I like
I
that
thought
colour.
this went really nicely with the teacup fabric.
It's really
Hopefully I'll be able
pretty,
to give
that
you
is.
those details next. Ah, we think we've sold out of the teacup fabric. Gotcha. Right, absolutely lovely. We've managed to get more stock of the sofa storage.
Oh,
Thank you, Sandra.
You're welcome. Absolutely.
Brilliant. So we have managed to get a little bit more stock. I'm going to leave that with you. We're going to go to a break now, Sandra, because you and I have got a bit of tangling to finish off.
I know. Now I've
together.
done on your board. I've
Two for
started your
tangle.
look.
Oh, I love that.
Started look. I've added
Look
a little
at that.
bit of colour
That's
look.
absolutely perfect.
So again,
Oh, look
just
at that.
use the inspiration from
Yeah.
Stuart's fabric there.
Yeah.
And because it's going to sort of sit in your little caddy here, it's just got that bit. If you're going to do this and you're going to colour on it, what I would do before you actually use it to draw on is spray it with some varnish.
Yes.
Nice spray varnish. Leave it to dry, a couple of coats, and it'll be perfect, and it will last you. Well, I'm still working on my first one from a long time ago.
Brilliant.
So yeah, and that fits in there. You've got your little
You've made
tiles
my
there,
day,
you've got your
Sandra, and
pens
you've
in there.
also
All
set a very
done.
dangerous precedent because you've come with a fabulous gift for a Tangle gift for
Yes,
me.
absolutely.
Next up, we've got George from Dukey, and I'm assuming that he's brought an overlocker as a gift for me.
Oh,
we'll see.
Can I have
but we
one
do have a
too?
gift of a price for you, so stick around, and Sandra, I'll see you in an hour,
I'll see you. I'm going to have a cup of tea.
and I'll see you after this.
Hi, I'm Becky. I'm the soft craft expert for Crafter's Companion. I come from London and I've been sewing pretty much all my life. I particularly enjoy doing embroidery. I'm really keen on that, but my background is dressmaking and also sort of patchwork and quilting. So I do an awful lot of sewing for all sorts of different things. I suppose once you start sewing, you start doing lots of other kinds of sewing. So particularly got into needlepoint during lockdown, but I suppose embroidery is probably my real passion. My mum was a costume designer, so we were always sort of surrounded by bits of fabric and material and ribbons and that kind of thing. And I was always making teddies and my dolls' clothes as a small child. So it was just something that was quite natural. And in fact, I've got so used to being able to sew, it's just become a natural sort of part of what I do. I'm always fiddling around with fabric, as my husband puts it, making something new, trying something out. Always measure twice, cut once. I'm a great one for not doing that, and I always regret it. And making sure that you've got an iron to hand is really important. I use a tiny little, sort of almost like a travel iron that I have right next to my desk when I'm working, so it doesn't take up too much space.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy Alan a present.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again. If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day. Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Now, if I was to tell you that you could get yourself a fabulous overlocker for under £300, what would you say? I mean, if I told you that you could get an overlock for under £500, I think that was phenomenal value. But today we've got George from Dukey here. Hey, George.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Yeah, really well, thank you.
Excellent. Very, very good. You're bringing us an overlocker for under £300.
Yes. We're bringing the Britannia 40R Overlocker, and we've got a special discount on it today. And then, as well as that, we're including 12,000 metres of threads.
12,000 metres of thread. That's incredible. An overlocker for £299. Now, when I did the Great British Sewing Bee, I'd never even seen an overlocker, let alone use one. But since then, overlockers have become the absolute watchword for dressmakers and home decor sewers for creating the most professional finish. I mean, they're really an essential, aren't they?
They are. If you look at things that are factory made, an overlocker in pretty much anything now is used to either create the whole garment or a more formal way to finish it off as well.
So they can be used for for actually construction as well as finishing.
Yes, so you can run single layers of fabrics through to neaten the edges, and also construct with the 4 threads as well to seam and neaten at the same time.
Fabulous. So you can actually do it all. I do know dressmakers that only use an overlocker. They don't use a sewing machine for anything.
Yeah.
And certainly Rebecca Harrison, who I work with a lot here on dressmaking, she overlocks all of her pattern pieces, all of her individual pieces before she starts constructing them.
Yes, yeah, again, it helps the garment to last a lot longer then.
Yeah, it is all about getting that beautiful finish. Okay, so the deal that we've got today is for the Britannia 4DR Overlocker, which includes 12,000 metres of thread. You're saving £72 on the price of the overlocker. Now, you can get 3-way split pay, which is incredible. So you're only paying, well, let's get you 0 interest, £99 and 66 pence. £99.66. That's all you need to pay today to get your overlocker home. Now, we will send you the overlocker straight away. You don't have to wait until you've paid all 3 instalments. We'll send you the machine. You can get straight on it by Christmas. The whole thing will be paid for, and you will be an absolute master of the overlocker. Would this be suitable for an absolute beginner, George?
It's ideal for an absolute beginner. The reason being is it's very easy to thread. It's got a lower looper threader, which was always the tricky bit in traditional overlockers. And the other thing is it will grow with you. So an overlocker really does one type of stitch. It's a chain stitch. And rather than a sewing machine, which is a lock stitch, an overlocker, it's more like knitting. So the stitches will stretch with the fabrics.
Okay.
And a good overlocker like this is going to allow you to do lightweight materials, heavyweight materials, as well as all different sorts of stretch materials.
Okay, so if we're sewing things like lycra, jersey, t-shirt fabric,
Fleece,
sweatshirts, fleece,
all that sort of thing, yeah, especially baby wear and things like that, where it's quick to whip up as well, and it's not going to hold its shape, and also it will wash very well.
Right.
Yeah.
Perfect. So a great long-lasting finish. All those tricky fabrics that actually are really fashionable. Tilly, who did the sewing bee with me, she wrote a book called Stretch. You know, stretch fabrics are where it's at for a lot of dressmakers, aren't they, George?
Yeah, exactly.
Really popular.
They are. Yeah, with the way they wear, and yeah. But traditionally, as I say, you couldn't really sew them on a sewing machine and have the stitch last. That's where the overlocker comes in to finish it off. The other thing with the overlocker, it cuts the edge as you're sewing as well.
Okay, fabulous. Absolutely terrific. Now, I think it would be good to actually go on. Yeah, so just tell me about like things like warranty with the machine as well, please, George.
So with the 4DR, you get a 2-year warranty on the machine. In terms of aftercare, we have an agreement with Sewing Street that you can contact us directly.
Okay, great.
We'll be there on the phone, on email, and video calls as well. So any issues, big or small, let us know.
Awesome.
And we can get our eyes on the machine and help you through.
And how do we find your contact details? Will they come when we buy the overlocker?
Yes, we'll put those in there as well. Yeah.
Perfect. Awesome. Well, I, for one, would like to see the machine in action. What about you? Let's do that. So what can you show us?
So I'm going to start off just to show the stitch of the machine. It comes with 2 needles already in there. So with 2 needles is where you'd sew 2 pieces of fabric together. So through like that, and then that is the stitch of the overlocker. I'm not sure where.
We'll grab that in a second. So was that cutting and stitching at the same time there, George?
Yes, cutting and stitching and looping over the edge so that it keeps all the loose threads in there.
It's absolutely immaculate, isn't it, the finish on the edge?
And
absolutely immaculate.
So there's 2 lines of stitching, and that's where with the 2 needles it's strong enough to seam as well. So
so that's a 4-thread overlock.
this is a 4-thread overlock. You can take a needle out and use it with a 3-thread as well. So going on
And
to
why would you do that?
so that is for single layers of fabric. So if you were to overlock the edges of fabric of a pattern before you sew them together, you'd use a 3-thread.
Gotcha. Okay, gotcha. So that's with calico. Now you've got some.
So going on to denim, and what's quite popular now is stretchy denim as well.
I certainly need it, George.
And you can just feed it into the machine and allow the machine to do the work. Like that. And that's that stitch there. And so that's that stitch on
You can
there.
really see that neat edge, can't you?
And
absolutely fantastic.
If I turn that around, you've got that solid seam in there.
Absolutely amazing.
Well.
So you've actually there constructed your trouser leg or your sleeve for your denim jacket. You've constructed it and you've neatened the edge, and it is like professional, like it's been made by somebody who absolutely knows what they're doing, who has created a professional finish.
Sewing machines can do so much, but they can't replicate an overlocker like an overlocker does it.
Right, absolutely.
And then on the 40R as well, we've got the sleeve arm. So that piece comes off, and then when I want to do the bottom of trousers,
I've never seen this
and
before.
things like that, I can actually get that in over the sleeve arm. Let's take that fabric out of the way.
So this is like a free arm on a sewing machine, but on your overlocker.
Exactly. So it makes it
so many of you have got this
easy.
machine in your baskets. It's fabulous, isn't it? Are you thinking like I am about all of the possibilities? For £299, all of the possibilities now for your dressmaking.
See, I'm going over the seam here. This is where some overlockers can struggle, but the Britannia just glides right through. Take that out.
Wow, look at the finish on that.
And then that can be...
Joe's got in touch to say, I've had my Britannia Overlocker since sewing quarter days. I love it. You can't say fairer than that, can you? Amazing, really. The thing is, if you're just getting into dressmaking and you've been constructing clothes on your sewing machine, you will have seen all of our professional demonstrators, all of our teachers that come on air, either using an overlocker on air or they've used an overlocker at home to prepare their pattern pieces, and you'll have seen the professional finish. And as George says, there really isn't anything on a domestic sewing machine that can exactly replicate what an overlocker can do.
They can copy it, but as I say, the stitch is totally different. It's a chain stitch, so it's more like knitting, and that's where when you're doing jerseys, fleeces, it really comes into its own.
Because actually the whole point of stretch fabrics is that they are supposed to stretch over your head, stretch over, you know, hands and sleeves, things like that, and over bodies as well. The whole point is that they're supposed to stretch, but if your stitches don't, your garment's not going to last.
Exactly, yeah, and it will warp the fabric, and as well as it's nice to move around with that stretching. So got some jersey material here, and again, this is without changing anything on the machine, no tensions changing at all. I can just go straight onto that.
So this is a jersey fabric, did you say?
Yes. On there, and you've got that again just as nice as on the calico.
Yeah, because I've tried sewing jersey on a domestic sewing machine, and I must admit I have ended up with rather a sort of lettucey edge, rather rippled.
Yes.
Yeah.
So actually on the overlocker, you've got what's called a differential feed. So if that was rippled, there's an adjustment to take that ripple out. Essentially, it either gathers the fabric, because the ripple comes from it stretching as it goes through.
Yeah.
So you increase the differential feed and it gathers it to reduce that stretch.
That's so neat. And also, that seam now, is that a seam stretchy?
That stream exactly is stretchy.
Let's see that stretch, George. And stretch, and stretch, and stretch. It's like being back in Lycra. So can I, talking of Lycra, George, can I wear spandex, I wear Lycra? I'm not talking about me personally, well maybe I am.
Well,
I've got a spandex catsuit, can I make it with this?
Yeah, things like dance wear, sportswear, of course. You can. So this is Lycra here.
Yeah.
And
just whipping yourself a pair of hot pants up there, George.
I can just whip these up in no time.
So that is Lycra.
Yes, exactly. So if you wanted to take your hot pants in or anything like that, you can always do that, or out, of course.
More likely I'll need to let my hot pants out, George. But thank you for the confidence there.
And you've got that again, that stitch on there.
Let's see that stretch, George.
And so, yeah,
Look
with
at that.
Lycra, you've got
It's so professional looking, isn't it? Absolutely brilliant. Elisa Lamb's got in touch, sewing expert, bag maker extraordinaire, has got in touch to say overlockers are one of those, why didn't I get this or use this before kind of machines. I love mine to bits.
Brilliant.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? But I know what the things are that hold people back. It's the price and it's the threading. We're going to talk about those, don't you worry. Carol from Norfolk's got in touch to say, just tuned in, is the Britannia easy to thread?
Yes, it is. Yes. It
George,
is.
can I want to put you on the spot?
Yep.
Can you thread it?
Can I thread it right now?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course I can.
Now, you see, anybody else, I'd feel like, oh, I shouldn't have said that, because is this asking somebody to do something which is hard? But the Britannia is not a difficult, we can get you some scissors. There's a box full just there, George, just by
lovely.
the clock. You know, I've never seen an overlocker threaded on air. George, that's going some. He's cut all 4 threads. Just snipped through all 4.
So I'm just going to run these threads out now.
Yep.
Now that you can, with an overlocker, once it's threaded on the loopers, you can tie on threads. So
I'm a bit anti that, George.
Are you?
I'm a bit anti that, because what if the thread breaks one day and you've never threaded your overlocker and now suddenly you're under pressure to do it?
So it's all colour coded. So start off with the green.
Yep. Now, can we actually, what I'd really like to do here is for everyone at home to be able to see the threading.
Yeah.
Is that all right?
So where do I need
Levi
to put
can.
this?
How are we going to do this? George, can you twist the machine towards us a little? I know it's difficult, obviously, working
Can I come
from
around this side and do it?
I don't see any reason why not.
Yeah.
Yeah, do it. We're going to make it work. Levi's going to follow you as well. You turn it as much as you need to, George.
Yeah, we're good there?
Yeah, awesome.
Okay, so it's all colour coded on the front. So all I need to do for the first thread is hit all those green dots on here. Green, green, green. Can we see?
Perfect, yeah.
On there. And then straight through. So green, 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 and then straight through the looper.
Is that it?
On there, yeah.
Is that it?
Okay.
So that's one done.
That's one done. Yep. The pair of tweezers comes with the machine as well, so it's very simple to do with tweezers.
Yep.
Just pop that through. Like that.
I'm just having a little giggle. Sue sent me a little message about getting George to stretch. She says, oh, it's too much for middle-aged men to have gorgeous George stretching on screen. And possibly for middle-aged women, Sue, I don't know.
So this bit here, this is where the lower looper, traditionally on machines, you'd have to go through to the other side of the machine. On this one, I've got that lever and that takes it through for me. Just turn that machine around and then pop the thread through the eye of the looper. on there, like that. That's the hard bit done. Now it's just the needles.
Right.
I say the hard bit, but
none of it's hard, is it? So that's really just like a sewing machine, down the path, up through the tension. That's easy.
Yes, exactly. Just through the guides, down and across, and that's both needles go down the same track as well. So you just put one thread in the
so
right
quick
needle.
as well. I should explain, George, the reason why I prefer, it's like threading up a sewing machine. Once you've got it, you can do it with your eyes shut almost, can't you?
Exactly.
It is more empowering if you can thread your machine, and this is so easy to thread.
So just pop that through there. As I say, use your tweezers just to get nice and close in there, through the front, out the back, and then that's threaded.
So that's the overlocker rethreaded?
That's it, rethreaded.
Completely done?
Yeah.
I think that deserves a round of applause. Woo-hoo-hoo. Well done, George, thank you. So, Sue says that's much easier than mine. And she's done a kind of regretful face. I mean, you have to open it up, move the levers, go from front to back again. That doesn't sound easy, but the Britannia, easy peasy. Carol's from Norfolk's got back in touch to say, thank you guys. I've always wanted an overlocker, but was worried about the threading. Problem solved.
Yes, super easy.
Brilliant.
There are guides online as well. We've got videos on at Britannia Sewing on YouTube to go through it as well.
Brilliant. Thank you so much. But that's the thing that, you know, it's every person I think who's ever considered buying an overlocker, the first thing they say is it hard to thread?
Yes, indeed, yeah. And that's where Britannia, they really think about the important stuff. So easy to thread, good quality, you can do your wide range of fabrics with it, you're not going to be limited, and you can just jump on and use it.
Absolutely brilliant. Now, we know that the price is fantastic, £299, that is absolutely fantastic. But let's do a little price comparison just to see what you might pay somewhere else. So here we go, £359. We could be paying £60 more. We don't want you to do that. Not today. Well, our price is good for today, right? Our price is good for today. At midnight tonight, well, we won't have any left, but I mean, our price is good for today. So pay £60 less, save £60 on the price of the machine. Go for it today, £299. Just seen how easy it is to thread. So that's pain point number one, sorted. Now, in terms of what the machine comes with or what the machine can do, you've shown us a 4-thread overlocking stitch. What else can we do?
Well, I'm just going to show you the 4-thread as well on the fleece without adjusting anything, and then I'm going to take a needle out and go down to 3-thread. So absolutely no problem through there.
Brilliant.
And again,
look at that. It's just immaculate. And you haven't had to adjust the machine at all, but you've been sewing lycra, fleece, denim, calico, jersey.
Yeah.
And you didn't have to adjust the machine at all.
No, exactly. I can just go from fabric to fabric.
That's awesome. Absolutely awesome. And you're using the blade, there's a cutting blade which trims off the edge of the fabric as you're sewing, as you're overlocking.
Yes.
Can we disengage the blade?
You can drop the blade off as well. Yes. You
can. So if you're a dressmaker that likes to perhaps overlock your fabric pieces first with a 3-thread, and then you don't have to cut the edge of the fabric off, right?
No, indeed. So you want to keep the blade on most of the time. In flat locking, you can drop the blade. or with the beading foot and things like that, certain attachments you can drop the blade. But actually, if you keep the blade on, it's quite nice because after you've cut, it will just you don't have to chop any fabric off, but just the loose threads.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so you can run the blade and use it almost as a guide along the edge of your fabric that you've cut.
It's a top tip. It's a top tip. Sue says, is it a flatbed or can you remove a section to overlock cuffs, like removing the gubbins box on a normal machine? Sue, you missed that bit. George showed us that bit. Would you just show us one more time for Sue, please?
Yeah, of course. So you've got this free arm section here. That comes off, and then that was how I sewed the bottom of my jeans on there.
I've not seen that on another overlocker, George. It's brilliant. I love that. I thought you'd have to do it flat and then join.
The wrong way around. You can, again, that's where Britannia is so good at those little make things as easy as possible.
Can you believe this machine is £299? We've just seen George sewing all those different kinds of fabric. You can construct and overlock in one step. 12,000 metres of thread included for free. You've got an accessory box as well, which we'll talk about in a second. You've got that, what I'm going to call the free arm, for doing things like cuffs and sleeves. Amazingly easy and fast. We had a live demonstration of how easy it is to thread this overlocker. We've got recommendations from viewers as well who've got their Britannia Overlocker and absolutely love it. Christine says it looks easy, like an industrial machine.
Yes.
Yeah,
exactly. It's bringing that professional quality home.
But for £299, or you could pay £359 if you wanted to buy it elsewhere, but I wouldn't do that. Tracy from Wiltshire's got in touch to say, morning all, I bought an overlocker a couple of years ago. Best purchase ever, apart from my sewing machine, of course. They are wonderful. But I know dressmakers, thanks for that message, by the way. I know dressmakers that barely touch their sewing machine.
Yeah, exactly. It's you can construct a whole garment using an overlocker.
And now we've talked about making garments, but this is also perfect for home decks, soft furnishing, curtains, blinds, that kind of thing.
Yes, exactly. It is a dressmaker's tool, but then you can apply it to crafts, bag making, curtain making, all different sorts of things.
Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Now, we've already had loads of you check out your that was a bit Blue Peter, wasn't it? Loads of you. But really, loads of you have checked out your baskets on your Britannia Overlocker already, made yourself a massive saving, got yourself an amazing purchase as well. But lots and lots of you have this in your basket. Now, let me remind you, it's £299. You can take 3 split pays. Now, what are split pays? This is a simple way to spread the cost of a larger purchase. So this item has 3-way split pay. That means that today, when you come to check out your Britannia Overlocker, when you get to checkout, you will be asked, would you like split pay? And if you click on yes, you just get split pay. You don't have to go through credit checks. You don't have to fill in a form. You don't have to pay a penny in interest either. You pay exactly the same price as if you bought it in one go. You make one payment of £99.66, thank you. And then we send you the machine. You don't have to make all the payments before you get the machine. It's a brilliant way of making an item more achievable, more affordable right now. You get a 2-year guarantee with your Britannia Overlocker, and you also get the help of the Dukey boys, and who wouldn't want that?
Indeed.
George.
So, should we do some 3 thread
yes,
overlocking?
Yes, please.
Yep. So
have you already taken the needle out?
All I've done is taken the needle out, yes. You get a little Allen key with the machine to just loosen that needle off, take it out. You don't need to worry too much about taking the thread out at all. It will just run now with the single needle, and this will give me a finer overlock, which, as I say, is fantastic for, just bring that blade out a little bit, for single layers of fabric.
So as you were saying, if you like to overlock your pattern pieces, your dressmaker pieces before you construct.
So that's the stitch on there. At the start, Let's have a look.
Yep.
So at the start there, it's looped around the edge. And you might want to think, oh, I need to tighten the tensions. But you actually adjust the blade to bring the blade to bring the fabric to the thread. So I can just bring that blade out wider and it will give me that overlock.
And how do you adjust the position of the blade, George?
So there's this dial on here.
Okay, just on the side, we can see that.
And
So easy.
You can't see on this side, but the blade is moving in and out of the fabric.
So you can just have a little practice on a piece of fabric before you start, just to make sure you're in the right position.
That's always the ideal thing to do with any fabric, to test it before you know, on your scrap pieces, have a little test before you go to sew.
Brilliant. And I notice as well you're doing something which is different to sewing. When you finish the line of overlocking, you're chaining round and then under. Would you just show us, because if you've never used an overlocker before, this is sort of a standard skill, if you like. And I know lots of you who are watching right now have never used an overlocker. Just watch this. So you overlock to the edge.
So you take the fabric out and then you bring it around and cut it on the blade.
There you go. Did you see that? So you don't have a thread cutter on the side of the machine. You just keep on overlocking past the fabric, which creates almost like a little, if you've ever crocheted a chain, you said it's like knitting. It's like knitting or crochet, isn't it?
Yeah.
You've got that little chain, like you might chain in crochet, and then you bring that round under the blade and it cuts.
Yeah, and there's a couple of ways to finish that tail off.
Okay.
You can just tie it in a knot, or you can take a knitter's needle and actually thread it back into the overlock itself.
Got you, like a darning needle, something like that.
Yes,
just to create a really neat edge.
Yeah.
So cool. So many of you have got this in your basket. Isn't this the perfect day to get you finally to get yourself an overlocker? Because I've never seen an overlocker on Sewing Street or anywhere else, frankly, for £299, and certainly nothing like that price for an overlocker which is easy to thread. I mean, I've seen air threading overlockers, which when you see those threaded up, they look as easy as George threading the Britannia, but you pay a massive premium for an air threading.
Massive.
And actually you've just shown us that you don't need an air threading overlocker to have an overlocker which is easy to thread.
Yeah, exactly.
2-year warranty guarantee. You've got the support of the boys. Who wouldn't want that? And you've also got lots of online support too, haven't you?
Lots of videos. Yeah. Lots of videos, and as I say, don't hesitate to get in contact. Customer service, we have retail stores. Our service is something we pride ourselves on.
Yeah,
as well.
you're easy to get through as well, because I have done that. I have got through to the team, and they are very, very easy to get through. Now we have a request from Lynn.
Yeah.
Get the Lycra back out. I'm joking. Lynn says, can George talk through the dials, please?
Yes, indeed.
Just tell us what the dials are. What do they do?
Yeah, sure. So, should I turn the machine a little bit? Can we see everything?
Yeah. I
on
mean,
there?
there's lots of different dials on there, aren't there? And it'd be good to see all of them.
So, this on here, that is the differential feed that I was talking about when you're gathering fabric or taking the wave out of fabric. So if I increase this, it's going to gather the fabric.
So, for example, if I want to do something like create a frill,
yes.
Would I do? Is that what you mean by gathering it, or?
No. So that would be more of a stretch, like a fluted edge. Is that what you mean?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So that's what I would actually stretch the fabric by slowing the front feed down,
Got you.
so it stretches as it goes through. It's something that again you can have a play with and see how it affects the fabric on a scrap piece before you go to your project. And the nice thing about all these dials as well, the circled one is the standard length. What would be considered standard. So number 1 on there, and then going over to, this is the length of the stitch. So right up to 4 mil. And down to 2, and then you can see on there's the little R, and that is for rolled hem. So I'm actually going to turn that to rolled hem.
Now I remember Sandra Lavender on the Sewing Bee using a rolled hem. Isn't that a lovely name as well? Yeah, Sandra, she did a rolled hem. She was doing this gorgeous blouse.
Yeah.
And it was like really floaty, gorgeous for a wedding.
Yes.
And she did a rolled hem because it was a really fine fabric.
Yes.
So you can do that on this?
Yes. So we've done our stretch fabrics, heavyweight fabrics, and then going down to fine fabrics. And a rolled hem is a sort of finish that you can leave on the outside of the garment.
Yes.
So I'll set it up. So going through the dials, carrying on there. So this drops your blade away, this switch here. This is the width of the blade. So that's where I was adjusting the width of the blade. So bringing it down to R brings the blade right in close to the fabric. And then
so that it would be cutting off a lot or a little?
It would be cutting off more.
More,
yes.
right, yeah.
Yeah. So, and then up here you've got your tensions. Can we see those?
We will get to them. There we go, yep, we can see those, thank you.
So you've got your tension dial for each thread. These, again, pretty much leave them on 4 unless you're looking to create an effect. This up here is the foot pressure. So that can be used when you're gathering or if you're doing curtaining and you've got lots of layers of fabric, you can just release that off a little bit. This button on the side down here is actually opens the tensions up on there. So if I get that, can you?
Yeah, we can
you
see
can
that.
see those tensions opening up when I press that. So as you thread that, if you hold that, it'll open the tension so the thread goes between the tension plates.
Oh, I see. So you need to press that in when you're threading the machine?
Yeah, so you can thread it and then just press it and you'll see the thread just slip in there.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah.
Perfectly explained. I hope that helps, Lynn. Now I have another question. Would it cope with 2 layers plus batting? So for example, when doing seams on a patchwork jacket, so like quilt weight cotton, quilt batting and fabric on top of that, more quilt weight fabric on top.
Absolutely. So I can do something similar potentially with fleece in the middle of some calico. So
Absolutely.
Let's just cut this open.
Sue says, rolled hems are my nemesis. Are they easier on an overlocker or a sewing machine with a rolled hem foot? Oh, I'd say an overlocker every day.
Oh, and the finish on an overlocker is just the best.
Because a rolled hem on a sewing machine, it's actually got to go through a rolled hem foot, hasn't it?
Yes.
It actually, like, sort of, you know. Whereas on this,
well, I'm gonna show that thickness of fabric.
Yeah,
when
we'll
I
do
put
that first.
Well, I'm gonna put an extra needle in there to do that. As I've got the one needle, should we do a rolled hem first?
Yeah, let's do the rolled hem first.
Yeah.
And then we'll show you how to do the sewing thick fabrics.
So I've set the 2 dials to R on the side. Now there's a little switch on the front here which I'm going to set to R. That takes a little finger away which keeps the edge of the fabric straight. So by doing this, it then allows it to roll.
So is the cutting blade still engaged?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Coming over for a look. Look at that. I'm coming over for a close look. That is absolute perfection. It's perfection. I tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to put a bit of dark. Can I just pop it on there for a second? Yeah. Look at that. That is immaculate. That is immaculate. Do you see? So there's no hem on that. That is the raw edge of the fabric that's been rolled and overstitched. So you'd use this, George, wouldn't you, if you were doing something like, you know, really fine, like silk or
organza.
Organza.
Yes.
He said something else. Yes, organza. That is absolutely fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. So easy to achieve.
So things like organza, these are where it's slippery, it's really, well, it's slippery. It's a tricky fabric to sew in general, but again with the Britannia.
Look at that again.
Just handles it so nicely.
Absolutely beautiful. We'll just get that shot. Superb. And that's on organza, which is, you know, think bridal, think ball gowns, prom gowns, you know, a dance wear.
Yes, yeah, exactly. Anything, yeah, anything floaty, anything where you just want to leave it on a finish. As I say, polycottons as well. That's a perfect edge around the edge of cuffs and things like that.
Yeah, absolutely. Catherine says, if I was making a bag, what would be the strongest seam, an overlocker or a sewing machine?
Well, the strongest would be a combination of the two. So you will find that in more heavy duty wear, the sides will be overlocked and then stitched next to the overlock.
Got you. So overlock them first.
Yes.
And then go in with the sewing machine.
Yes, as that extra stitch.
George, can I trouble you to show us the feet, please?
Yes, let's have a look at the feet.
This is the set of extra feet.
Yes.
Yes? So this is an extra. Yep, so we've got a box of 5 extra feet for your overlocker. Now, George, I didn't even know you could get different feet for an overlocker. Yeah. That's my ignorance. But this is the box. What do they do?
So, start with the elasticator foot. That's this one here. And what that does is it's got a little roller at the top. Fabric goes underneath, and you you put elastic in there. Okay. So you can put it into things like swimwear as just as a support. Yeah. Or using this dial, I can apply more or less fabric pressure to the elastic, and actually gather with the elastic as I go.
All in one step.
All in one step.
Fantastic.
Yeah, totally adjustable. This one here is the gathering foot.
Oh my goodness.
So this applies pressure to the fabric.
Yeah.
So if I just put a single piece of fabric under there, it will gather it.
Yeah.
And then if I put another piece of fabric over the top, it will gather the underneath to the top fabric.
But the top layer of fabric will be flat.
Yes.
So you can add a ruffle to a flat piece of fabric.
Yes.
All in one step.
Yeah.
Mind blown.
Then going on to this foot here is the blind hem foot. So it's really it's a nice way to make cuffs and finishes to the fabric around the bottom.
Yes.
It's an edging type.
Can I also use that if I'm doing things like curtains, to do the blind hem on curtains?
You can do, absolutely. Yeah.
Amazing. So this is $79.95. I mean, if you're going for the overlocker, you need to get these, don't you?
Do you want me to show you some of these feet?
Yes, please.
Yes. So, right.
Can we see how easy it is to change the foot first of all?
Yeah, absolutely.
This is fab, isn't it? We're all getting a bit of an education today.
So I'm going to put everything back to standard settings on the front here as well. Lift the foot on here. Just lift the foot up.
So that's just like on a sewing machine, isn't it? The presser foot lifter.
Yep, yeah. Presser foot lifter.
Yeah.
And again, similar to a sewing machine, the feet, they just clip on and off.
Oh, great.
So let's go for the piping
I don't know
foot.
why I was expecting it to be harder than that. Maybe it's because I've also taken up that bit of, overlockers are hard, aren't they? But this clearly is not.
They're not as scary as you think. Nowhere near.
So which foot have you put on?
This is the piping foot now.
Nice. I love piping.
So I've got some pre-done piping here, or you can make your own as well.
Yep.
I tried to match my colours up.
Thank you, George. We appreciate that.
There you are. So what you do is you put the fabrics face to face, try and get the patterns all the right way around as well.
I mean, that's going the extra mile. Is it right side to right side?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, inside to inside. Yeah, good spot there.
I have my uses, George, sometimes. And these overlocker feet, will these only fit a Britannia?
Yes.
These are specific for the Britannia?
Yes.
Yeah,
I wouldn't want to say,
enough.
yeah, exactly.
That's fair enough.
So, what I am going to do, I just want to put that other needle in there. I think I can do this with a 3 needle, but I just want to put the outside, so make it a 4 thread again.
Yeah, yeah. And that's your little accessory box that you get with the Britannia Overlocker.
Yes, indeed. Yep. So you get your nets, your oil as well. Very low maintenance, this machine.
Good.
Because you can just blow out the dust. Slight bit of oil, it all says in the instruction manual.
Low maintenance is good, George, but that ain't me.
So just put the left needle back in. The left needle sits slightly higher than the right needle. So don't try and make them sit level. The left needle is about 2 mil higher than the right.
Got you. Do we get the Allen key?
You get the Allen key as well.
Nice
yes.
and easy.
You get the tweezers as well to get in there and thread that up. So that's...
Do you know, I'm so excited about the possibilities of these extra feet. I had no idea that you could do all of those things with an overlocker. Should we do a price comparison on this as well? Here, today, $79.95. Saving £20 on that price. This is a set of 5. Now, what we've got here, Britannia Overlock foot set. Is that for 3 though? Is that for 3? For $99.95? That's for 3. We're getting 5 for $79.95.
Just that 3-piece, or is that just a picture?
Wow.
Oh, there's the list below.
Well, if you scroll down, oh, can you scroll? You can't scroll down. No. Yeah. So we've got a bead sequin foot. It's just for the 3. 4. No, it's 5. It is the 5-piece set. Well, that's $99.95. We're $79.95. You're saving £20. Fabulous.
Right, okay, so what I've done, so there's a gap in the bottom of this foot. That allows for the, piping to stay put where it is.
So you sort of thread the piping through?
Yes, so all I've done is put it in and just done a few stitches just to lock it off on there. And then I'm going to put the fabric around it. And because that's in that guide, I just need to hold all these pieces together.
The possibilities are endless, aren't they? Absolutely incredible.
Always good if you are doing this at home to sort of baste it in.
Tack it in place, definitely. You're just showing us a quick demonstration of what it can do. I mean, Lisa Lamb, I think, got it in one when she said earlier on, this is one of those pieces of equipment that you will keep saying to yourself after you've got one, why on earth have I waited this long? Why didn't I get this sooner? Because this is game changing.
So that's what I've got on the back.
Yeah.
And then turn it around.
Oh, look at that. So we've got a beautiful bit of piping inserted. So home decor projects, beautiful clothing projects. It's a really professional finish. Gorgeous.
On there. And that is in there as well. That's strong. That's in there, as I say, yep. So across the shoulder, again for dressmaking as well. As you say, home decor.
Beautiful. Just one thing, George. I want the patterns match next time. I'm kidding. I couldn't do that. I think it's brilliant. Kathleen's just asked, I mean, we have sort of answered this question, but would the overlocker feet fit other machines, please? Would they work with the Juki air threader overlocker?
They wouldn't work with the Juki air threader, no.
They will not. Okay, that's good to know. No, really think of these. They're just for the Britannia machine that we've got today. So if you're going for the Britannia overlocker today, I would seriously consider adding in this box of feet. You're getting 5 different feet. Now, George, we know that we're getting an elastic foot rather, an elastic foot. We know we're getting a piping foot. What are the other 3?
So gathering, elastic, piping, blind hem, and a beading foot.
What's a beading foot?
So what that will do is it will attach beads along the edge of the fabric.
Oh.
So you run it through and the overlock goes, and overlocks the edge of the beads.
So
to the
just a
fabric.
string of beads?
Yes.
Or do they have to be on a tape or?
No, so just a string of pearls, beads like this.
Right.
It'll
Can we
attach that on.
see it?
I'm just going to do the gathering foot.
Okay, sure. Yep.
Because you need, I need to take a needle out to do this.
Okay.
So while I've got this in there, I'll do the gathering. So.
It's great, isn't it? I love it. I love it. I love it. I've got an overlocker, which I use from time to time. It's not anything like as easy to use as the Britannia. But, you know, now I'm excited by the possibilities of an overlocker.
Yes.
Because it's so much more than beautifully, professionally finishing the edges of your fabric, as if that wasn't enough.
Yeah, exactly. There's so much more that you can do with it.
So you're going to gather the top fabric and gather the bottom fabric
to the top.
To the top.
Yes.
Sue says you always learn so much from the Dukey boys.
Thank you.
Some things you want to learn, some things you don't want to learn.
So what I've done is I've the underneath piece you want quite a bit longer.
Yes.
Than the top piece, because the underneath about 1.5 times longer. I've gone for double here, but it's turning about 1.5 times longer. Would have been perfect. And also, it depends how much you want to gather it as well, because that can be adjusted with a foot pressure, with a differential feed. But that is then.
Look at that!
On there.
Look at that! So the top's the bodice, the bottom's the skirt.
Yes.
Or the top's the cushion, the bottom is the ruffle going around the outside. Isn't that clever? Isn't that clever?
Easy
Brilliant.
as that.
Yeah. Ace. Absolutely ace. Now, I just need to let everybody know at home, absolutely so many of you have gone for this and checked out your baskets, but we have lots of you now with the same machines in your baskets. Over half the stock of the Overlocker is gone and been checked out, but way more than we have is in baskets, which means that lots of you are going to miss out. I'm going to urge you now to check out your basket, otherwise you're going to miss out. I know it's very exciting. I know George has got his beads out and we all want to see the beads being applied to fabric. I don't think I've ever been so excited about a sewing demonstration, but I am. But check out your baskets, otherwise it's going to happen while you're watching this. Someone's going to get your Overlocker.
So I've put the elasticating foot on now.
Oh, elasticating now.
Yes, yes. So as I say, so it goes the elastic goes through this roller, and that keeps it in place. And you've got this dial on here which I can decrease and increase the pressure, so it'll gather more or less.
Okay.
So it's again one of those things you want to run through on a test piece, to get that perfect amount that you're looking for. So I can take the pressure right off and it won't gather at all then, and that is you can then turn that over for swimwear just to give you that extra support.
Yeah. Half the stock of these feet, this accessory box of feet has gone. Well done if you've got yours. Did you know they were a thing? I didn't know they were a thing. I honestly didn't, because I just think overlockers, neatening, great, lovely. I know why we need one, but I did not know that you could get these accessory feet. My mind is blown by the possibility. Piping, beading, gathering, elastic, sequins, and a blind stitch foot as well. The blind stitch foot as well. Absolutely brill.
That's the elasticating foot.
Look
on there.
at that. George, beads.
Okay.
You're not going anywhere until we've seen the beads.
Right. So let's get that out of there.
Don't make us lock the doors. Yeah, but the elastic, amazing. I mean, actually, the gathering, the elastic, the piping, I'm very excited about that. The beads, fab. I mean, if you do a lot of like dance wear, formal wear, like ball gowns, wedding gowns, that kind of thing, I mean, this is super exciting and super useful, isn't it? So you take out a needle to do the beads, right?
Well, I'm going to have a play.
Okay.
See, I think I should take out a needle. That's so it does come with the instruction manual. The instructions do say to take out a needle.
I think you should.
Also, what you need to do is this is where you drop the blade.
Right.
So flick this switch over, and that will drop the blade.
Sue says you're making him work for those sales. We certainly are. We certainly are. We come a long way anyway, don't you, George? So we need to get as much out of you as we can, and also as well, you know, I think most of us, we know how sewing machines work and the possibilities, but we don't necessarily know the possibilities of an overlocker, and certainly not one that's so simple to thread, so functional, so robust, professional, and for £299. Just brilliant. Just brilliant.
Where am I? I've lost my... Oh, there we are.
There it is.
So, I've got a channel on here for the beads to go through. And that is going to be okay with the 2 needles on there.
So these are the beads?
Yes, exactly. Yeah, so that just... You can just apply a little bit of pressure to the back of the foot to get that on.
Yeah, it's so easy to use, isn't it? Lynn says, that's my birthday present to myself for the 22nd of this month. I've got them both, the overlocker and the feet accessory box. Lynn, happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Lynn.
Gorgeous.
Right.
Charlie wants you to bead his t-shirt. You can bead your own, Charlie. You're watching the demo too.
Right,
so fabric goes under.
Fabric goes under, and then...
So you've got like a folded edge, so you're going to apply the beads to that folded edge.
Exactly. And then what you want to do is adjust your length so that the beads actually sit... so that the threads sit around the beads.
Understood.
Yes. Let's put that up there. And now this is something you just want to do quite slowly, just to make sure that the beads are on that edge there.
Oh my goodness! I want beads on everything! Everything!
Like that.
George. Yeah. Look at this. Now, be ready to check out your baskets because they're going to disappear very fast now. Have a look at this.
So this, I did do it with the 2 needles. So if I take that outside needle away, then that will be nice and tight on the edge.
Yeah. Look at that. Look at that. What a finish, George. What a finish. For the beads and for you. That was terrific. Well done. Bravo. Absolutely. Isn't he wonderful? George, absolutely brilliant. Just one of the Dukey boys. My goodness me. Thank goodness your father had so many children. All of you. Gary's not really. I'm joking. No, absolutely terrific. So many of you have checked out. I'm going to give you a few moments to check out your baskets. When we come back, Sandra Rushton will be here, so don't go anywhere. And remember, George will be back later with a cover stitch machine and more amazing demonstrations.
Hello, I'm Catherine Wright from Leicestershire Craft Centre based in Market Harborough. I'm delighted to be part of the Sewing Street family. I've been sewing since the age of 7 when my mum taught me to sew. I particularly enjoy dressmaking, and all through my childhood I made my own clothes, including dancing costumes and my prom dresses. But I also enjoy patchwork and bag making and hand stitching and embroidery and really anything textile based. The thing I particularly love about fabric and textiles and stitching is that there is always something new to try. There's always a new technique or a new skill to learn, and I really enjoy doing that. My top tip for new sewers is to be friends with your iron. Your sewing always looks better when it's been pressed, and it's not like ironing your own clothes. It's much better than that. And also to build your skills up step by step. Don't launch in with the wedding dress first off. Start with a simple dress and build your skills up, and then you'll see good results right from the start and feel enthusiastic and carry on sewing. So really, just have a go, have fun. It's all about having fun and enjoying it. So happy sewing.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Have you heard about all the different ways you can shop on Sewing Street? You can shop on our website, sewingstreet.com, and you can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. Just call 0800 001 4433.
And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy Alan a present.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas.
No, it feels
Hello.
weird, but you have to be prepared, don't you?
You absolutely
You really do.
have. I feel like we're ticking on now.
Yeah,
I feel like we're ticking on in
if you're
September.
doing quilts and things like that, you really need to be
Now is the time.
on it.
You must be feeling fairly smug and prepared because you've already done yours.
I know, but I'm doing another one, double the size of that.
Of course.
I liked it so much. I've actually, I've just done double the amount of blocks.
And
it's
what's
gonna be
not to love, eh? This is a beautiful new quilt design from Sandra Rushton from Sanntangle. It's called the Hearts and Tangles quilt. Now here shown very much in a Christmassy flavour with Scandi style fabrics, those beautiful Scandi folk art hearts tangled in each block. But of course, my mind's already racing and I'm thinking about the golden wedding anniversary quilt or the silver wedding anniversary.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
We've just celebrated our China wedding anniversary quilt.
Yes.
And so I'm thinking I could combine this with Time for Tea and I could put the two together.
Do you know, that's why we've got different stencils in the show today, because if you feel like doing one of these with snowflake designs or with stags or with the tea, you can actually swap out the hearts and put other things in there
One
as
pattern becomes endless patterns, doesn't it? And every single one of them is unique. So this is we've called it the Christmas quilt instructions, but it is Hearts and Tangles, so this is much broader than Christmas.
Yeah, it's made with Scandi-based Christmas fabrics.
Yeah.
But again, you can swap those out. But do you know, I love it. I love it. It's Christmas, but it's not in your face Christmas,
no,
is
wintry.
It? Yeah, wintry.
It's wintry.
We like that.
Absolutely gorgeous. So what you've got is full instructions for making the quilt. So all of your strip piecing instructions. Now, size-wise, the quilt, Sandra,
is on the inside cover
60 inches by 48 inches. So a fabulous lap-size, throw-size quilt, but also easy peasy to make bigger.
Yeah, and it's all about being a little bit random. I know some of you out there are a little bit get shakes when we mention random.
Twitchy
but
eye.
it's all about placing the blocks together so you don't have to match so many different pieces.
For sure,
so
for sure.
It works really well.
No, absolutely gorgeous. And then, of course, once we've done quilt instructions, we have also got a full tutorial from Sandra about how to tangle the hearts, the folk art designs, the florals, beautiful. Look, all of this instruction as well, all throughout. And then you've also got your stencils. So these are your stencils to create a whole host of different hearts and tangles to now these have been tangled, and there's also some is it stoning or is it like a glitter?
I've added a little bit of paint in there.
A little bit of paint,
a little
love
bit of
that.
fabric paint.
And there's for that. But you could stone it, couldn't you as well?
Absolutely, anything you want to do. Some
I'm
of them
thinking
actually,
hand embroider.
Yeah, some of my tanglers have actually started to hand embroider some of those, because we've done videos for how to do that on the Sanntangle group page. Ooh. So if you wanted to see that from start to finish, how we tangled each one, then you'll be able to go there.
This is how we tangle. I love
it.
Yeah, my mind's racing. Loads of possibilities. $17.99. This is for the full quilt pattern, the tutorial on how to do tangling, and your heart's stencil as well, which of course isn't just for the quilt.
No.
There's all sorts of different accessories you could do. You can use this on paper and card as well. Absolutely fantastic. Pardon me? Beginner friendly?
Do you know, you cut your fabric into strips, you sew them together, you cut them up, and you sew them back together in a slightly different format. And in that sense,
100%.
yes, absolutely, 100%. You're making squares with little strips of fabric, and it works brilliantly.
Yeah, I'd say this is supremely beginner friendly.
Absolutely.
First quilt friendly.
Absolutely, yeah. We don't want to sort of overwhelm you with things. If you're a tangler and you've never sewn before, this is brilliant. If you're a sewer and you have never tangled, then you can learn how to tangle, but you can do whatever you want to do. If you want to change the blocks up, if you want to add more, if you want to actually quilt, because I've used my long arm quilting on that. If you want to do that, absolutely fine. It's all about your starting point to get you tangling and then see where you go from there.
Absolutely gorgeous, isn't it? Absolutely gorgeous. So many of you have got it in your baskets. It's a great pattern. It's a great quilt pattern. It's a great motif for tangling. I mean, for Christmas, fabulous. For Valentine's, for birthdays, for anniversaries, for weddings.
Certainly, yeah. I think,
quilts.
Valentine quilt next February. If you miss Christmas, go for February.
I'm a romantic.
Absolutely, it's beautiful.
It's gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. And as I say, if you want to get into tangling and you've never tried it before, you don't need anything else.
Nope.
You just need your pens for tangling.
You do, yeah. And you'll already have a friction pen in your stash.
Yeah.
So we all have. You need one of those. You'll need a fine liner pen that's permanent.
Yeah.
And maybe a little bit if you want to colour it, or a bit of thread if you want to stitch it. But other than that, honestly, you could even just leave it with the black pen if you want to.
If you need the pens, we've got a very small amount of stock. $7.99 gets you 3 permanent Sanntangle pens, 2 03s, which are the finest, and then, well, they're not the finest that exist, but they're the finest ones.
They're fine enough for you to draw with.
And then 1 05, which is a little bit broader for just sort of slightly deeper brush strokes, if you like. So that's the Hearts and Tangles quilt. I absolutely love that. Can I just quickly show the fabric? So we don't have these exact fabrics, but we do have some gorgeous Scandi style fabrics by the half metre. Now, before I do those, I want to mention seeded natural cotton, because this is the perfect partner.
It certainly is, yeah, and it just looks beautiful. And then you can bring the colours in from the fabrics with a little bit of like fabric paint, or you can use your Inktense pencils, whatever you've got.
Just about any style you want to do.
Yeah, and it all brings it together, but it's beautiful.
Yeah, would work with anything that you wanted to do. So that's a given. And if you're just getting into tangling and you want to practice, again, it's the perfect base for practicing on.
Absolutely.
Okay, some Scandi style fabrics. I'll run through these. Let's do AV46, yes please. Some gorgeous Christmas trees on red. I haven't seen these fabrics before. Aren't they gorgeous? Little gold snowflakes, Christmas trees on red. Love that. You just need a nice selection of reds, greens, silvers.
You do, yeah, because they're all going to be stitched together, so it's nice to have a little bit of everything in there.
Yeah, a little bit of everything. This ends 12, 1, 2. This is a red and green. Love that. And of course, you might as well, oh gosh, a quarter of this is already gone. It's a lovely fabric, isn't it? And $6.99 is a great price too. Terrific price. I'm just thinking as well, make the quilt, but also make the runner, make the placemats.
Everything to make your armchair covered, you know, your little storage.
Oh, exactly.
Yeah,
a
so
Christmas
then, you know, you've got this on your sofa, and then on the armchair, you've actually got your little bit of storage on there to match.
That.
I like that.
I like that a lot. This one ends, I want to say 8/7. Yeah. Love that combination with the sort of beigey taupe with red. And what are the fabric requirements, by the way, if I'm gathering together my materials?
Yeah, if you look right on the front, it says here, to make your quilt, you will need 1/2 metre of plain fabric in one colour and 1/2 metre in another. I used grey and cream.
Yep.
So if you bought 1 metre of the cream, it would do all of those plain bits.
Perfect.
And then I've got it's a 10 fat quarters.
Yep, so 5 half metres.
5 in the, or 5 in the red, 5 in the grey, or you get yourself 5 half metres.
Yeah.
It's a brilliant little piece. Not too much fabric,
No,
is
it's
it,
not
really?
too much fabric at all. Ending 2/5. This is a lovely Scandi style. And again, this is just perfect
Nice, that one.
to mix and match with the seeded natural, or even calico, actually. They would go together beautifully. Do we not have that one in stock anymore? Okay, do we have ending 7/9? Yeah, we'll show that one then. That's the sort of calico back and the red print. That's really cute. It is gorgeous, isn't it? $3.99 1/2 metre.
It's nice, isn't it?
And I love as well, Sandra, this project is small enough, simple enough that you could make the quilt itself very quickly.
Yes, you could.
The tangling, you can take a little bit longer over.
You can, yeah. And the nice thing as well, you can tangle them before you sew it, you can tangle it when you've done the blocks, or you can tangle it when you've stitched the whole thing together.
I was going to ask you that.
So it doesn't really matter.
Can you tangle a quilt once it's a quilt?
Well, I've got half of one here that I've actually
Fabulous.
It's stitched together, but it's not tangled yet. But of course, don't think you've got to have all the hearts facing the same way as well. Go a little bit random.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that one is all the same way, but this one's not going to be.
This is gorgeous, isn't it? $3.99 1/2 metre. Fabulous. This is about to sell out. I've got the red version left as well, which ends 8.9. 8.9.
So you could tangle little stars on the top of the trees, couldn't you? And little baubles around on that fabric.
Yeah, yes. Really cute. Gorgeous. And none of those fabrics are going to break the bank either. And then you can really focus in on doing as much or as little tangling as you want to. What a lovely project. This is really all about, though, the Hearts and Tangles quilt, which is a brand new quilt pattern from Sandra Rushton. I think it's gorgeous. And just a brilliant base quilt pattern for tanglers.
It is, yes.
Or machine embroiderers, or you could have plain squares.
Whatever you want to do with it, absolutely. You could fussy cut bits of something that you like in the fabric, the tulip pink of the ladies and things like that. You could do that if you wanted to.
You could fussy cut.
If you like the design of the blocks, go for that. There's so many things you could do. You could use it for lots of different ones, I think. So it's not just a one-off project.
It really isn't. I can see so many ways. Now, Sandra,
yes,
we can keep going, or is there a quick demo of the heart stencil that you can show us?
Absolutely, yes, I can show you that. That's
That'd be
not
awesome.
a problem at all.
Yes, please.
Okay, here we go.
Melt my heart.
So you've got two heart shapes, because hearts come different shapes and sizes. So you've got quite a wide fat one, and you've got a narrow, more sort of continental one. I'm not saying a word. Moving on. Now on here you've actually got 3 different sizes of each one, so that's how it's really good. And if you've got your planner, then you've got the holes that this will fit in your little planner as well. So first things first, again, it's a quick demo. So in the instructions I show you how to do 7 different hearts that you can get patterns for, but on the back,
all from this template?
All from that, yeah.
Wow.
You've got all these different patterns for you to make your own up with. So let's do this. I'm going to go in with this sort of smaller, this middle one here. You'll notice, look, I'm drawing with my friction pen. So you can do this straight with, if you know what you're doing, but I'm just going to work in and give you a few options. Now, there's these dots around it.
Yeah.
Okay, let's put that middle one in as well. The dots are going to do a few different things, and this is why I think this would be nice to show you this. I'm going to mark my centre, and I'm going to mark in the dots around the outside edge. Okay, this is why friction pens are a real must. Now, the whole point of these is because, again, you know, like we did the flower earlier and we split up the section.
Yes.
Trying to sort of split up a heart shape, a little bit tricky. Okay, so that's my basic. So from now, what I can do, again with my friction pen, I can draw a line from here to here.
Okay.
So let me just draw that inside and then to that line there. And then this one to there. I'm just going to draw in the full heart shape now. And this one to there and to there. Now I would use a straight edge to do this normally, but we asked for a quick demo, so.
Almost like the spokes of a wheel, aren't they?
Yeah, but each one, look, is going to that middle dot, you see?
Yeah.
And what's going to happen, yeah, it's splitting my space up, but it's giving you perspective almost.
Yes, it is.
That then it doesn't matter what you put in there, you're going to work with that shape. So if I just draw that half in, okay,
yes,
you see you've got that kind of shape.
Just to be helpful, we're putting friction pens. This is for the red friction pen on screen. Very, very useful. Well, essential really for tangling on fabric.
Are. I'm going to stick with my friction pen for this. And because I've actually gone out of the heart shape with these dots, what if I come in and I do a little line like that? Actually, I'll do that in regular pen and you'll see the difference. So there's my lines that I've extended out of the dot there. And if I come in and draw in a little curve on the top of each one, there we go. You see I'm starting to get a little bit of like a ribbon frill.
Oh, cute.
There you go. Do that down there. Just going to draw that bit in because now we're happy with that. There you go. And then of course that would be in as well. So that's one sort of section you can do, and then of course you could add a bit of coloured pencil there, make it look really three-dimensional. This little bit here, let me just see, that's exactly what I've done there, because on the instructions. So inside here we could take anything. See, I've got lots of bubbles and little flowers. So let's fill this one. We'll put a cross in each one.
I love this mix and match approach.
Oh, do you know what?
It's endless.
Yeah, it's endless, and that means that everybody's quilt is going to be, It will be different anyway because you're drawing your own thing. But every single one is going to be truly unique because you're doing it. I have given you, as I say, 6 or 7 different patterns and showed you how to use the hearts. So you've got those and you can repeat and do the same one if you want to.
Yeah.
But I think it's really nice to see them all differently. Look
For
at
sure.
those
And if you're a bit of a Sanntangle as well, and you've got any other sets,
absolutely,
you've
bring them
got
in.
so many more possibilities.
That's it. So little diamantes in the middle of those.
Because I'm just thinking about the poinsettia stencil that you've
Yes.
got. In fact, I'm just going to mention that quickly now.
That's fine. Yeah, we could show you that.
Just because I'm thinking poinsettias and holly and hearts and
Oh, it's just
suddenly we've got another whole load of quilts. This is
Yes.
$16.99. This is the poinsettia and holly Christmas cushions. Now, this is a bumper set actually because not only do you get the instructions for making the cushions, you also get the acrylic template for creating the triangle shape.
Yeah. You take the blue little bit
Yeah,
off
this
as
is
well.
just a
It's
protective
cover,
cover, isn't it? You get, this is one of my favourite Sanntangle stencils.
Yeah, it's a really nice one.
You get your holly leaves, your stems, your poinsettias, the whole kit and caboodle.
Yes.
We drew some poinsettias together, didn't we? And it was so easy and so... mine looked great.
It, absolutely, yeah. I mean, you can leave it as the stencil is if you want to, but we actually made it into the flower rather than leave the gap so it looks like a stencil. We actually did. Do you want to see the cushions are on the back
please.
there? The poinsettia itself, because you get poinsettia and holly. So, you want to go over or?
Yeah, perfect.
There we go. All right, so let me just, there you go.
Absolutely
There's the
gorgeous.
poinsettia. So here it is. There it is, look. Yeah. And then all these bits we draw by hand like we did earlier. And then of course you've got a tiny one there that we can add on the extra little blocks. The holly, there we go. See, it's just, I could just reach that.
Oh.
There you go.
That's Levi, you see. Just put things up really high.
There's our holly. But again, looking at this, you've got this shape here. You can see where it's come from, look. There you go. But then you've got the extra little berries, and we've added some extra little bits. And you could be doing this, you could be stitching this. And then, of course, we've got little sort of motifs around. So whether you want to just add a little bit, just do a corner, or whether you want to add the whole thing and stitch it all, it's entirely up to you. But really good fun, really nice. And not very long, they don't take long to do these.
No. And I mean, they're the cushions, but I mean, think about that gorgeous, graceful runner down the centre of your Christmas Day table, you know, or for that party.
Oh, I know.
Over a sideboard.
Yeah, of course. And you know, it's winter, isn't it? You choose the colours and you don't necessarily go for Christmas.
No.
You could actually have it as a winter
You
sort of
absolutely
section
could.
rather than
in
all
greys
just for
and
Christmas.
blues and silvers.
That's
oh,
it, yeah, it'd be
yummy.
beautiful. Yeah,
What brilliant
absolutely.
value set this is. You get your full instruction booklet, which again is like a workshop with Sandra. There's no refer to another book, refer to,
No,
you know,
it's all there.
everything you need is there. All your piecing, all your cutting, all of your Sannttangling instructions as well, construction, how to add those extra embellishments so that you go beyond the stencil.
Yes.
And you've even got the acrylic template, which is for cutting
It's
the
for that triangle,
part.
yeah, because you want to get that triangle the right size. And of course, it's
Perfect.
working on strips again. So this actually, you could use the same fabrics as you've gone for your quilt.
Oh, I like
Yeah,
that.
you're cutting strips. So,
I
yeah,
like that.
Absolutely.
Now, I'm very excited about this next one. It's the Christmas snowflake. And this is the next one you're going to demo.
I will demo this one, absolutely.
This is like, you know, if these were made out of stone and dug up in you know, the Amazon forest, you know, I believe you. They look positively esoteric, don't they? What they don't look like, Sandra, forgive me for saying, they don't look like snowflakes.
Do you know what? This is my my most favourite stencils, when you can look at it and not know what it is. Because then when you actually follow the instructions and you create something with it, the the excitement
Yep.
and the feeling of, my goodness me, look what I've just
Ta-da,
done.
the ta-da moment.
Yeah, it just sort of gets better and better each time. And this, just like a snowflake, has got endless possibilities because you've got 3 sizes as well. You can mix them all together or just use one. But imagine a quilt with these on, every single one different.
Beautiful. Well, again, your Hearts and Tangles
They'll
quilt,
fit.
but snowflakes instead.
But
what about doing them as individual snowflakes on fabric that you then put some stiff interfacing on,
Yep.
back, turn through, add tassels and a loop, hang them on the Christmas tree?
Yes.
Add beading, add glitter, add
absolutely.
jewels.
Yes.
You know, really make that
They're
one
just-
tangle the focus.
They're just
So how do we do it?
Are you ready?
Yeah.
I'm excited to show you this. I'm
coming
going
over.
to draw on the fabric bit.
Coming
Now.
over.
So again, look, I've got my pen and I've got my friction pen. Okay. So let's go in with this one. All right. So first thing, I'm going to mark the centre. You see, you've got these little dots around the edge there. You could mark those, but I find it a little bit easier to actually come in and put little lines along the edge like that, just so I've got that position to help me. Okay. So far so good. Dead easy, isn't it?
Yeah.
Still doesn't look like a snowflake though.
Doesn't.
Okay. So I'm going to start in the middle first, and I'm going to choose one of these shapes. See, I've switched pens.
Okay.
So I'm going to go with, let's go with the holly. You can see it's holly. Look, it's about half a holly shape.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Okay. So making sure my dots are lined up, I'm going to draw in my holly. Okay. Doesn't look like much yet, but it's there. So what I'm going to do next is I'm going to turn it. So where these dots were, I'm going to turn it to the next one. Just make sure it's all lined up. See, if we were in paper, I'd put a pin in.
Yeah.
Okay. And then I'm going to draw holly.
But I'm thinking
again.
actually, if you had a wool pressing mat,
Yes,
you could put
you
your
could.
work on top and put a pin through it.
That would work brilliantly, wouldn't it? See, checking that my dot's there and I'm lined up, draw another one. Okay, I'll just do half of it so you can see what it looks like. See, just making sure I'm lined up each time. And another one. I'll do one more, turning it round. There we go.
The clever thought process behind these stencils blows me away. I know your husband's an engineer, but you're an engineer too.
Oh, thank you.
In how you do things, aren't you?
Absolutely,
Yeah.
It's all about the breaking down. I draw the picture,
Clever.
then break it down. So we've got half a holly, and we do that all the way around. So what I'm going to do now is turn it over.
Okay.
And then put the little dot back in place.
Love it.
And then let's have a look. Now this time I'm not going to worry, I'm going to line it up a bit, but I'm going to look at what I've got underneath here.
Fair enough, yeah.
Because then what I can do is draw in that holly to match that one.
Yes.
Okay, so turning it again, but again making sure that centre one is in there, line it up. Oh, and this time look, it's going over. But if you wanted to, and you wanted it all separate, you could miss one and do one, miss one and do. But this time I don't mind. See, it's going over and under.
Yep.
Okay, so
you've tucked it underneath the first one.
I have, yes. So next one, and again, when you do it the next time, you might think, oh, I don't want to do it that way. I want to do it this way. Let's do another one. Again, always making sure that middle dot, but this time I can see through the stencil.
Yeah.
So I'm putting that in to sort of match what I've drawn. Because again, you might be using a different pen and it might be that your pen's a bit thicker than mine. So I wanted to give you a little bit of choice there, which is why they're a bit wider. So there you'd have that all the way around.
Love that already.
Okay, so then that's still not a snowflake. So back in that dot, and I'm going to line my dots up again. And we've got all these shapes around the outside edge here. So let's have a look. Let's choose one. This is a really nice one, isn't it?
It is a lovely one.
Let's choose that one. Yeah. And then we'll turn it round. Oh, I've done it on that side, doesn't matter. I'll do one on this side.
I can say going for the full snowflake now.
Yeah. This does take a, do you know, it's not that it takes a long time, I think, but you've got to choose. I think, so don't sort of spend too much time going, oh, which shape, how do I do this, what do I do? Just go for it, just put one in.
But, I mean, you've got so many centres, so many outsides. I mean, the maths.
Yeah.
When you start calculating how many combinations, when you join all those elements together and all the different permutations, it's absolutely mind-boggling.
Yes, It is. So every single one will be different. So this time, I'm not going to go on this, I'm going to go in between. Now, if you thought, well, I want that one in the middle, you can do that.
Oh,
you
yes.
can put that one in the middle. But what I would do with my pen is I would mark that line and I'd mark that line. And then I could draw that shape in. And then when I come to my next one, I can line them up again.
Clever.
Let's find that centre dot, because you end up all over, and put that one in again. And we'll do one more, line it up, see? And put that one in again. So you can have whatever shape you want, wherever you want it.
Really clever.
So then, let's do a little bit of freehand.
So the stencil is there to provide the structure.
Yes.
And then you've got, because that's often the thing that holds a lot of non-artists back, isn't it?
Yes.
A blank sheet of paper or
That's
fabric.
right, yes. So all I'm doing now is a curve, joining each one together. And it's not a long, big curve. It's a small one. We can follow it. You see, it's starting to join. And then let's go a little bit different and go from the point up here. And then to that point. And then to that point. And then to that point. So you're just looking for places and little bits to sort of add in as you're going.
Oh my goodness, yeah.
So let's put a little line and some dots, which you did earlier anyway.
Yes.
Little lines and dots. Yeah, all the way along. So each time, completely different. Do you want to see a finished one?
Yes, please.
Okay, I'm just going to do this. I'm just going to make you wait. So let's just put some dots. Are you ready? Because it's completely different as they. Shall I tease?
Come on. Ooh, absolutely
Look at that. So
spectacular.
you can see now. If we break this down, you can see there's my holly.
Yep.
And inside I've put little loops. And then here I've got my shape. I've done my little it is a circle there because John did draw that. Little circle there, but then I've joined and I've put curves to each one. This little shape here, which, here we go, is this one here.
Yeah.
And I've split it into two. Added some little bubbles around, put some colour on, and that could be the first one in your panel on your quilt if you wanted it to be. Like you say, cushions, whatever you want to do. But
absolutely
bit
gorgeous.
of colour on, a little bit of sparkly in there.
Yeah.
Honestly, it's divine.
Yeah.
And I know you've just seen me draw that, but looking at the instructions, here it is. It shows you from start all the way through. See, that's a snowflake in the middle, all the way through.
And you
going
can
into
do some
something
really sort of
different.
traditional looking snowflakes.
Of
But then you've
course.
also, like the one that you've got there, for me, that almost, this one underneath, this almost looks like shells.
Yes.
You know, like twisted shells around the
Beautiful, isn't it?
centre.
Yeah.
So then I'm getting kind of mermaid vibes from this.
Absolutely, yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
I mean, if you took off some of these elements and just had these little bits, they don't really have to be snowflakes.
Absolutely.
If you don't want them to be.
Absolutely.
Little mandalas and things like that.
Oh, yeah.
So if you wanted to, I mean, we've only used one of them. If you wanted to actually add this one in the middle, as long as you line your dot up, you see you've got the shapes now slightly lower down, and then the shapes again match in the middle, slightly lower down. So you can go really, really sort of intricate if you want to there. So lots of different things you can do with that one.
They
but
really are.
really pretty to do. Really pretty.
Goodness me, what a lot of possibilities.
I know, it's exciting, that one.
$16.99.
Exciting.
Amazing, it really is. It's gorgeous. Now, what else do we have? I've got, let's do Christmas stags.
Oh.
Charlie, trot round the, come on, where is he? Where's my stag? Oh, this is ace. This is
nice.
ace. Let me just show you. Here's the stencils, which again, I can see a bit of the structure there,
Yes.
but I definitely need your full workshop instructions to take me through every step. Stag with front leg raised, prancing deer, a grazing stag. That sounds like Charlie when he's on his break.
I know, but you know, there's the things when you're doing animals or people is, the stencils, I don't like to give you everything. I like you to draw elements of it. And that's where I think the most fun comes from. But you have to have them in proportion. So you've almost got stick animals
Yeah.
that you are then going to shape to create your own little stags. Add baubles on them or not, it's entirely up to you. But they look difficult, these do, but honestly, they're not. Use your friction pen, have a bit of a practice, and then you're deciding how much of the Christmas pudding he's eating or not. So.
Fabulous. Now we've got a few more to go through. Let's do a gnome for Christmas next. So a gnome for Christmas. So in this one, let me show you the stents. Oh, again, not at all what I was expecting.
No, where's the gnome?
Where's the gnome?
Who gnomes?
Who gnomes? Oh my goodness. But look at all the possibilities of all these different cute gnomes. And I mean, goodness me, if we have fabric with gnomes on, projects with gnomes on, we all love them. Look at all these steps to draw your own gnomes. Absolutely amazing, really detailed, and just for $19.99. Sandra, can I just leave you to give us a little demo?
Yeah, do you want me to show you that
please?
one? Yeah.
Yes, please. That'd be awesome.
I'm just going to open up one. Yeah, I've got one here, but first thing you would do with these stencils, and we've not sort of mentioned it really because it's not been 100%, you get a stencil, you need to number all the different shapes. Now, if we look on the back page here, where I've got two little gnomes, what you need to do is you're going to put in the numbers that match.
It's me.
So number one, look, number one. So you've got to make sure that your stencil's in the same position and you're going to number all of these shapes. Because as I go through the instructions, it will actually refer to different numbers in the instructions.
Got you.
And that's the important thing. So let's have a look. See, we've got a guy with a the snow cone there. Let's do this one. He's lovely, a little bit of presents. Got my invite. This one's Garth. They've all got names. And the first thing we're going to do is pick up a friction pen and let's have a look at our shapes. Now again, you're going to think, this isn't even gnome-like. Let's start. I'm going to start with a bit of a vertical line to help me and a bit of a horizontal line too. So sometimes it's really handy to sort of start with that. And let's go in with the hat. I'm going to turn it around this way. Doesn't look like a gnome hat at the minute, does it? But it will. It will.
Trust the process.
It will. So whether you follow the pictures or whether you follow the words, doesn't matter. So it's saying here, look, for example, draw a horizontal line. We've done that. The nose, number 9. So again, looking at your numbers, you'd find number 9. And then in it goes. But you don't have to use number 9 if you don't want to. Okay, so I can use this one. This is not number 9, I know that, because it's a bit small, but there you go, look, a little nose. Then let's give him his beard. And again, a beard, like a little teardrop shape here. So let's bring that in. I don't want it to go further than that. And you see where that comes in and around there. So that's your first little bit. So then let's take this and I'm going to put a little curve in here. And again, following the instructions. And a little curve over here. See, so I could have given you a hat shape, but I didn't want to. I wanted you to draw your own.
Yeah.
So it's still got a bit out here, so we can come out and put a little curve in.
Nice.
Okay? We've even got a little snowball kind of, let's do a really large one, a little bobble. Let's do that in friction pen, because then I can come in like with some little lines. See there, look, and add in a little bit of a bobble there. Let's give him his nose. And I'm going to put, again, another sort of like bobbly kind of awful. There
Now,
you go.
He's got to have a nose, because if he has no nose, Sandra, how will he smell?
Awful. All right, let's give him some, he's got some little arms here. Let's put him some arms in. There you go. I'm going to use a friction pen for that bottom section because his feet in a minute. Turning it round gives me the other. And again, you see, I'm deciding where the arms go, you know, and in terms of what angle they fit at.
Yeah.
You see, look, he's holding his little bit. He's got a little letter, actually. He's got his little invite.
Oh, cute.
To Sanntangle HQ, which is why he's coming close. So, little feet. Let's have a look. So, we've got a couple of different feet here. I'm going to bring this one in. And again, I'm going to do this in pen because I know that use that one that side. Or I could have turned it over and used the same one. Again, you've got options. Let's give that a little line across there, look. Make it look like a little shoe, little faux stitch from before. And then he needs some little hands. So again, you've got lots of different shapes here that you can use for his little gloves if you want. Let's use that one. Now I'm sort of mixing and matching here, but the instructions do show you. Look, a little thumb there. So let's put that in pen.
And would you say first time round, follow the instructions?
Of course. If you've never done this before, follow the instructions. Even if you draw the whole thing with a friction pen, you can iron it away afterwards. It doesn't matter anymore, does it? It's entirely up to you what you want to do with it. But just have a go, have a bit of a play with it.
Yeah, absolutely.
See, here's his little letter, look. So let's bring that in. So again, I would do this in friction pen all first, but because I'm sort of doing a quick demo, I'm bringing bits in. So there's his letter. It needs a little bit of a, the envelope bit at the back where you sort of give it a little bit of a lit there. And then here, let's just put some little zigzaggy lines.
So cute.
And of course, I've actually tangled, if we look here, I've actually tangled all around his beard, but that'll take just a little bit longer than what we've got today. Little balloons, he's holding balloons, because of course he's going to a party, he's got an invite. So let's use one of these.
No one gets to one of my parties without a balloon.
No, there you go, he's got a balloon. Little triangle underneath. And a little, there we go, little balloon.
Fabulous.
Job done. Little presents at the side. And there he is.
Thank you so much, brilliant.
Yeah.
It doesn't end there. We've got two more stencil sets. We've got bells and baubles. These are incredible. Look at the finished versions of the bells, the baubles, even there a wine glass that's been stenciled as well. And well, why not? Exactly. There's the stencil. I can already see tons of possibilities in that stencil. But then, of course, the real magic comes from following Sandra's incredible instructions. She takes you through every stage. There's so much detail. If you can keep it simple, you can go super complex. I would love to stitch some of these out. They are absolutely gorgeous. Add beading. I mean, they would make the most incredible hanging decorations to go on the tree. You could turn them into cards. You could have them on a quilt. Can you tangle on felt?
You could tangle on felt. You'd have to use a different pen though. A fine liner would clog up a little bit. So you want something like an acrylic marker, like a Posca pen, something like that would actually work. But yeah, you could do that, absolutely. And this, of course, would fit in the quilt blocks if you wanted to do the quilt with all these different lovely... They're very Victorian almost, aren't they? But with a little bit of a quirk of the tangling and bringing it into the modern era.
Yeah, absolutely.
So,
they're very decadent, they're very luxurious. But actually I can also see how you could pare them back and have them much more sort of country style.
Of course, so you could stick with a Scandi theme. You could use these shapes, but you could go back to the quilt and look at those little Scandi patterns and mix the two together. Honestly, there are no rules in this. It's endless what you want to do. But I know that if I say, oh, it's endless, it's overwhelming a little bit sometimes.
I get that.
So giving you the instructions saying you can do this doesn't mean it's set in stone. It's my version.
Yeah.
You go and do your thing with it.
Love that.
Of course.
Last set from Sandra is Christmas Close. And now is this... Locket Lane does Christmas.
Christmas Close is up the road, down the cobbled step to the left, and you've got a little area there that Christmas happens. And of course, they've all got little stories with them. And if you think, what on earth's this? If you have a look on the Sanntangle Facebook page, there are so many versions of Locket Lane, Christmas Close, and now Halloween Hollow.
Halloween Hollow.
That you can mix and match in with it. And each little house, it's got a story, and it does start with a little bit of a locket. There's a bit of a mystery going on, so the story follows through.
Love that.
And at Christmas Close, you've actually got a little bit of a hint as to where who the locket was for, maybe. So
Oh,
it's an
okay.
ongoing story.
Very good.
But there's such a lovely community on
I was going to
on that
say, a lovely
Facebook
community to
page.
join. These are gorgeous, aren't they? So many beautiful
Yeah.
different permutations
Of course.
for drawing buildings. Absolutely love the snow globe idea.
Do you want to read the little bit about the snow globe on the
gonna read the little
inside?
bit.
It just tells
Which
you at the top.
page?
Oh, I can't remember that. Look.
Here we go. The tiniest place, but very cosy, despite the consistent snowstorms and earthquakes now and then. I like that. This delightful igloo is a true gem of a place. If you happen to be small, but with no place to go anytime soon, enjoy the scenery, snuggle up with a quilt and a cup of cocoa, and watch Netflix if the signal is good. I love that.
It just gives you a little hint as to who might live there, you know.
Absolutely
They're just
gorgeous.
lovely.
And we can make, look, here's the snow globe, here's the base of the snow globe. So many possibilities. And that would look lovely in the hearts and
Of
tangles
course, you
quilt
could mix
as well,
all of it
wouldn't
together. Yeah, you could have a little path going from each block one to the other.
Absolutely,
So absolutely
gorgeous.
Yeah, it's just
Now
lovely
then,
to see.
I've got some gorgeous Jason Yenter fabric I want to share with you. Absolutely beautiful. This is available by the half metre. Starting 7.9, these all have a bit of a, they almost have a bit of a stenciled look to them.
They do. I do. I am a bit of a Jason Yenter. We talked about this earlier. A bit of Dan Morris, of course, and Kaif. But yeah, the Yenters are very, very sort of tangly in their own right.
They are.
So
they
if
are.
you put planes with them and then tangle onto them, you can actually take some elements of those fabrics onto the planes.
And again, I would go for that
seeded
seeded natural cotton throughout for that. So that's the first one. Second one ends in 08. Got a stag here. A stag, or perhaps a reindeer. So a little bit William Morris, a little bit medieval looking.
A little bit of glitter on their nose.
A little bit of
red
glitter. I'm there for that. That's like me.
Yeah.
I've always got a bit of glitter on my face, Sandra, because I had a spillage in my bag, and now I just transfer it to my face every day.
Everywhere.
Yeah, I'm afraid I do. How's that for a red?
That's a nice red. That is, yeah.
Beautiful.
Yeah, Sanntangle red's a hint pink, a little bit more pinky, I would say, but that's quite a claret.
Yeah.
Yeah, we do have a Sanntangle red. We do.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, we have a coloured pencil that is Sanntangle red in my tin, yes.
Like that. Next up, I've got ending 3.6. This I would be mixing perhaps with the bells and baubles, because this has a bit of a bauble look to it.
Yes, that would work really nicely, wouldn't it? Yeah. Yeah.
Only 9 meters of this one.
Yeah.
You know, by the time everyone's feeling Christmassy, there won't be any Christmas fabrics left.
That's always the thing if you're always looking, and certainly as a supplier, if you're looking for certain things to actually do your demos with, you can't find it. You have to actually buy it up front.
You do.
In advance, and you have to sort of then plan, well, actually, this is what I'm going to do this time, and that's how it's going to work. So, yeah, this is the time, because it's not going to be long, honestly.
No, it won't. 7.99.5 metre. This is festive lace in cardinal. Gorgeous.
That
this
would work
is
with
very
the hearts
tangly.
as well, it is, isn't it? Yeah, I think that's what draws me to his fabrics.
Yes.
Draws me.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're very tangly.
Gorgeous. Ending 4.9 next. This one again, I'm feeling this would work very well with Christmas close, because you've got those kind of sense of place.
Yeah.
It tells a story. It would go really well with the stag as well.
Just going to say that.
Now, if you want to make the Hearts and Tangles quilt, what sort of fabric requirements are we talking about for this?
Conversing to my notes here. Okay, for the Christmas quilt, it depends if you're going for fat quarters and you want to do 2 sort of options. You want 5. So on mine, I used 5 fat quarters for the red and 5 fat quarters for the grey.
Yep.
And then whether it's a metre of plains. So whether you split that into 2, it's half a metre of, like I've got grey, half a metre of cream, or it could just be 1. So it's not a massive amount of fabric, because we cut it all into strips, and you don't get a lot of waste, honestly, as well. You won't get enough really to do an extra cushion and things like that. It's just a little bit there, but it works really nicely.
Perfect.
So, yeah.
And easy to scale up as well if you want to do more.
Which I've done with my my liberties.
So instructions there on screen are for the Hearts and Tangles quilt pattern. Remember, it's not just the pattern, you're also getting the tangling stencil to do all of those different hearts, all of those folk art embellishments as well.
Yes, absolutely.
So that one ends 4/8. Ends 4/8.
Yeah, that's nice. That would work lovely with the hearts, wouldn't
it?
Yeah, absolutely. Just got that little theme.
10 meters of this one.
Oh,
Next one ending 2/4. All of these fabrics, by the way, $7.99 a meter. Very, very good value as well, isn't it? It's beautiful quality. Poinsettia. That's the green. Next one ending 5/1. This is that gorgeous. Again, this makes me think of Christmas tree decorations, but also snowflakes as well.
Absolutely. Yeah.
8 meters of that one left.
It's almost foliage at the back of Christmas close as well, isn't it? You could
For
bring it in
sure.
with that.
Or
that kind
what
of
about
thing.
using this with the poinsettia and holly?
That would be nice, wouldn't
Cushion
it? Yes,
set.
that would be more Christmassy.
Very much, very much. Ending 9/1. Child of the Stag is back. There it is.
That's nice, isn't it?
It's delicious, isn't it? I love the richness of the colours.
Yeah, well, that's what we get during the winter season. We want that kind of coziness. Nice, that. Nice.
Oh, the overhead camera is just broken.
Oh.
My overhead. Okay, so next one ends 3/1. So this is like a bit non-traditional now. So I've got blues, still those Christmassy themes, but this is a bit more. Ooh.
Yeah, that would work well. I mean, you could do a few of the stags and you could bring some snowflakes in and go in with the
Like
blues
that.
there, and that would give you that wintry theme, but not seriously Christmas.
For sure, for sure. Yes, I like that. Ending 9/7.
I do like it.
There it is. There's
Look at
that
that.
blue.
Yeah. Oh, I'm not
4
going to get
meters
any
of
of that
left.
then, am
No,
I?
you're not. You're definitely not.
You're all going to be there before me with that one.
Soz. Soz. You do have to be quick there. You may not be in the mood for actually using the fabrics, but grab them now, get them in your stash. Next one ends 9/3. This is those gorgeous lacy hearts. Again in the blue. That's delish. I'd like a
that's
shirt.
nice. Yeah. Imagine actually having a darker blue fabric and then actually stitching the hearts with
Ooh,
white.
Yes.
So just blue and white.
Ooh, I
Because
like
you don't have
that
to draw
idea.
it, just stitch it and some seed beads around. That would be beautiful.
So if you were doing that, would you use like an air erasable pen or a
Yeah,
friction
absolutely.
pen
Yeah,
for
and
that?
then stitch it. And
Fair enough.
yeah,
Next one
like
ends 6/9. This is the blue stags. Again, very medieval looking.
Yeah, easy for cutting strips.
Yes. Yes.
That's what we look at, you know, as a beginner. You'd look
do
at that
like
and you
that.
think, yeah, I can cut strips with that. I'm okay with that one. One at a time though. Don't double it over and
No,
cut
exactly.
it. Because there won't be.
Exactly. Single layer. 6/0. This is that deepest blue.
No, it's quite a petrol-y blue, isn't it? It's nice.
It is. 4 meters of that one left.
We're not going to get any of that one then,
Not
either.
really.
No.
Not really. No. Well, we're selling out of everything today. It's been very, very busy. Oh, 2 left, sorry. Oh, I've even got a border print. You'll like this. Ending 8/2. That's ending 8/2.
Again, yeah.
Isn't that gorgeous?
That'd be nice. You could extend the quilt out a little bit with that, couldn't you?
You
go a little
could. You
bit
could add a
bigger
border.
and border around it.
Something like that. And talking of borders, to finish off, ending 2/5, this is the border print. Oh my, look at that.
Yeah, that's definitely for the stags, isn't it?
Oh, that's a bit of
Definitely.
me. So you get 4 repeats, okay, across the width of the fabric, selvage to selvage, and they're about 10 inches wide, each border strip.
Oh, that'd be nice.
Perfect.
Yes, liking that.
And you can buy this in a continuous piece. So this will be cut for you. So if you want 2.5 meters, 5 units will get you 2.5 meters in one continuous piece, and then that would border a big quilt.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a real focal point, that, isn't it? Then you draw your stags and use the same colours that you've got in there.
Oh,
it all
yeah.
fits in, it all works.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Gorgeous. But the star of the show today, Sandra.
Oh,
Sandra, thank you
yes.
so much.
I
You've
hope
shown so much.
Yeah, well, I hope so. It's all about education, isn't it, as well? I don't want you to feel that any of these are difficult. There's no higher or lower or more advanced or not. They are not at all. You follow the instructions, you create your own things, and you see different things in them as well. So don't think that anything you do is wrong, because it's not. It's just a different way of doing it than I have.
Absolutely.
But it's about enjoying it and you making something unique that you're going to look at and go, I drew that, or
Exactly.
I stitched that, and look what I've achieved. And that's, for me, then you share that and you just think, oh my goodness me, look, there's another one, Addicted.
There you
but
go.
You're just going to have such fun with them.
It's crafting
totally
with
different.
the brakes off, isn't it?
Yes, it certainly
Yeah,
is. Yeah,
absolutely. Thanks, Sandra.
You're welcome,
You really
thank
are
you.
an inspiration. Thank you. Do you know when you're back?
I don't know now. I've collared it in, so we'll be back soon. Got lots of
Soon.
ideas. So.
We all insist. Thank you so much for that, Sandra.
You're welcome.
Now, we're going to go to a little break, and then when we're back, George is back with the cover stitch. Don't go anywhere.
Hola from Mallorca. I'll be with you on Tuesday for my manager specials. I've got some fantastic deals, so please don't miss out. And I will see you then.
Hello from sunny Utah. Join me on Thursday on Sewing Street for Manager Special. We've got some incredible deals, some incredible prices, and even some things from America. See you soon.
Well, Scott, I'm here in glorious Wales on a biking holiday, and I'd love everyone to join me on Wednesday for my manager specials. I've got some incredible products, loads and loads of deals, and I can't wait to see you all there. Ian, where are you? What have you got?
Well, Hayley, I'm still here in the office while you're all out enjoying yourselves. But that doesn't mean to say I haven't got some great products for you. So join me from Monday for 5 days of manager specials. I'll be there. I don't know if they will be though.
Hello everyone, I'm Delphine Brooks. I've been part of the Sewing Street family now for over a year, and it's been the most incredible journey so far. Some of you may already know that I like all things sewing, anything from quilting to toy making, needle felting, and of course applique, which is my favourite. The best thing about being part of the show is being able to share with you my imagination and bringing you new ideas and new designs and patterns, and seeing how you interpret those designs and make your own work, and then sharing your images of those is the most rewarding part for me. I'm currently working on lots of new ideas and exciting projects that I cannot wait to bring to the show and share with you all. But in the meantime, take care everyone and happy sewing.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33. Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1p&p all day. Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy Alan a present. Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too.
Gosh, it's been such a busy morning. I'm going to need to lie down in a darkened room at the end of all of this. I'm super excited though, because George is back. Hey, George.
Alrighty.
How are you doing?
Yeah, good, thank you.
Set up over there. Now, George is back with the Coverstitch machine from Britannia. We've already had one, and I think it's fair to say thriller-minute hour with George. With the Overlocker, we're about to enter into a second hour. This hour is all about the Coverstitch machine. However, I've got some good news. We did have a sellout of the Overlocker. We're just trying, I'm saying it's good news, I think it's good news. We're trying to get a few more of the Overlockers in stock, and I will let you know, I'll keep you updated as soon as we're able to do that, if we indeed can, because I know lots of you missed out on getting an Overlocker, so stick around. But this hour, George, we're talking Coverstitch machines.
We are indeed.
Now,
yeah.
For the completely uninitiated, who is they and what do them do?
Okay, so generally, you get yourself a sewing machine. Fantastic. Then to do the seaming, you get the Overlocker, and then a Coverstitch comes in to do the finishing off, the hems, the hemming. But there is more you can do with the Coverstitch as well. So we'll start off with the hemming. This one can use 3 needles, 2 needles, or 1 needle. It again, like the Overlocker, very easy to thread, very simple to use. It actually comes with threads on the back on it when it comes. We've also chucked in 12,000 meters, or thrown in 12,000 meters of thread with it as well. But literally, when you get out of the box, all you have to do is raise this mast, and you can sew.
You're ready to sew because it's already threaded up.
Yeah.
Amazing. Is that because it's difficult to thread?
No. So very simple. So it's only got 1 looper on the bottom of the machine, so there's just 1 thread at the bottom, and then there's the 3 needles, 2 needles, or 1 needle option at the top.
So you can remove 2 needles or 1 needle, and you can have the space in the middle, you can have 2 together.
Yeah, so traditionally you'd have the 2 wide needles taken out to give a wider cover stitch, and that's traditionally for men's wear. And then 2 needles closer together would traditionally be for women's wear.
Oh, okay, so kind of daintier. So effectively, once you use the cover stitch to hem something, you get a double line of stitching on the outside, which is what we traditionally see on things like t-shirts, sweatshirts, activewear, that kind of thing.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, dresses, anything really made out of a stretch fabric. So again, lycras, fleeces, jerseys, but with the foot set on this as well, you can do a lot more. You can do things like straps, belt loops, bias binding for around the collar. And you can also, with a single needle chain stitch on this, things like denims and stuff like that. So it will look just like a straight stitch on the outside, but you get that chain stitch on the inside, which will allow the stretch.
Yeah, and also looks exactly like the sort of the professionally finished jeans that you've bought. If you need to adjust them, if you need to rehem them,
Yes.
it gives it the look like they came like that.
Yes, exactly.
Which
Yeah,
we
I was showing Adam, who comes on a lot. I was showing
Adam
him
Brooks,
Adam
yeah.
Brooks, indeed. Yes, how the Overlocker did it, and he was wow, because he had jeans to do for someone,
Got you.
and he didn't realise he could do it like they do in the factory on the cover stitch.
There you go. It's all about the knowledge, isn't it? The more you know. Our cover stitch machine is from Britannia. It's £399. Do we have a price comparison, Jess? We have a price comparison. We're so competitive here on price and lots of other things too. Here we go. Here's our comparison. £499. £100 more than us. That's an amazing deal. That's 20% off, right? Now we've also got three-way split pay. £133 actually is all you need to pay today to get your cover stitch machine home. And as George said, you know, in an ideal world, and I was talking actually to Rebecca Harrison about this again, a dressmaker I have huge admiration for, and she said to me, look, in an ideal world, a dressmaker would have a sewing machine, an overlocker, and a cover stitch machine. Construct, neaten, and hem finish with the cover stitch machine. I mean, a few years ago, George, I think most of us had never heard of the cover stitch machine, and then it popped up on the sewing bee, didn't it? And the whole country went wild for cover stitch machines. Why is that?
Because again, like the Overlocker, a sewing machine can imitate a cover stitch, but it will never get the same sort of finish.
Will you show us the kind of thing it does?
Yeah, sure. So when you get it, it will be it'll have the 3 needles in. So what I like to do to begin with is just turn the needles into the fabric. Traditional sort of sewing, always turn the needles towards you. Again, that will whip through like that. Now to finish off, bring the needles to the top, lift the foot, pair of tweezers in underneath there, pull those stitches out, and there's a little blade on the side to cut them over here. And then as I pull this out, you pull it to the back and to the left, all those threads then get pulled to the underside of the material so that they're not on the outside. And so, where are we on there?
Now, hopefully, Christine, that's answered your question, because Christine had messaged me in the break to say, oh, Stuart, did you say George is back? I love mine, but could George share a tip for finishing off and removing from the machine? There you go.
Yeah, so what you want to do...
Christine says, again, please.
if you're
we
working...
might do it one more time, Christine, if you could.
If you're working on the round, you'd want to go about 1 inch over. So when you're doing hemming, you'd start, come back round to where you started again, you'd cover it by about 1 inch, and then do that finish that I just showed.
And
this is what you get
back
on the inside.
Look at that.
If I get some stretch fabric out now.
Yeah. Oh, George, before you go any further, just...
Yeah.
Could you just do it one more time?
That finish?
Just to show us how you do the finish. Well, yeah, you could actually do it on the stretch. That'd be perfect. Thank you.
This is how I always finish it off. There are other ways you can take it off the hook, but this one is the best, in my opinion.
Christine, set record.
So again, just drop that on there. I always like to turn it into the fabric. Couple of stitches. Sew along. So bring the needles up to the top, highest point possible. Lift the foot. And then you have got the extra high foot lift on this as well. So then you get your tweezers in the back like that.
Yep.
Bring those
Pull the
thread
threads
out there.
Forwards.
You can either just take a pair of scissors and snip them here, or you can cut them off over the blade at the side here.
Yep.
And then the fabric wants to come out to the back and to the left, over the top there, and then all those threads are...
They're all pulled through to the back?
All pulled through to the back.
So clever. And that's, I hope that was good for you, Christine.
And again,
I appreciated that.
You can just tie these in a knot or a knitter's needle and take it back in through the stitching. And then, of course, on this stretch fabric, we want that stretch.
Look at the stretch on those stitches.
And on the back.
Not a one a pop in. That's absolutely brilliant.
Like
absolutely
that.
brilliant.
So you can really see there that knitted type finish.
You really can.
On
That's
the back.
awesome. That is awesome. And because, of course, you know, sewing with jersey, knitted fabric, lycra, sweatshirt material, t-shirt materials, they're so popular for dressmaking now. More popular, baby wear, active wear, but achieving the most professional finish on any of those fabrics is really only achievable with a cover stitch machine, and that's why we love them so much, right? Christine says, I've got it. I've been doing it from the top and not the bottom. The first time I couldn't see for the graphics, but the second time was a charm. Thank you, George. Very happy.
So going on to some, this is like cuddle fleece.
Nice.
Very popular, really nice to wear as well. It's such a soft fabric. And again, so just turn in for the first couple of stitches. Might want to increase the length on this. What I've also done is I've taken some of the pressure off the foot because of the thickness.
It's a thicker fabric, yeah.
I've taken the pressure.
How do you lengthen the stitch, George?
So the stitch dials are on the side, on this side here.
Okay, we'll have a look at those in a sec.
So run that through there. So again, always finishing this way, foot up.
Threads come
Squeezes
forward.
in, thread comes forward. As I say, you can cut it on the side or with a pair of scissors, and the fabric comes out the back like that. Cuts off there and there.
And there
You've
it is.
got that.
So on the front then, that's brilliant.
That would be on the front, and on the back
you've got that perfect, just
knitted
immaculate,
stitch.
isn't it? Really thick fabric, glided through, perfect, no puckering, no weight. You know, sometimes if you try and do these things on a domestic sewing machine and you end up getting a thick lump of stitching where the machine just can't feed. The cover stitch machine absolutely dealt with it like a knife through butter. Absolutely beautiful finish, absolutely beautiful finish. And all that stretch as well.
That is the thing. So it's not only while you're wearing it, it's going to stretch. It's all in the washing as well, and how long it lasts. So a sewing machine, the way you'd copy it is with a twin needle that zigzags along the back. Find out when you wash that, especially on jersey fabrics, it will squeeze in, and it will be quite obvious that that's the way it's been done. This one, because it will go both ways, it washes really nicely and lasts as this finish.
You get that beautiful professional finish every time. Every time. Now, the description says that this machine is easy to thread.
It's very simple. So
Very
shall I come
simple
round
to
and thread it?
Yes, please.
Let's put that over there. So this one, it actually comes with a needle threader.
Okay. Love that accessory box as well.
Just grab that. I've got some scissors over there.
Don't forget, you get 12,000 meters of thread thrown in with the machine. See, I know there are a lot of people at home with overlockers and cover stitch machines who are taking in a very sharp intake of breath because they've never threaded their machine. Because a lot, you know, and I'm a little bit anti it myself. A lot of teachers will say, "Oh, leave it threaded, just pull the threads through," and I just think you never learn how to thread your machine that way.
So on this one, when you lift the foot, the tension's open. So when you're threading the machine, have the foot lifted, and there's a little diagram on the front of the machine here. You can't quite see that on the angle. But it just shows the order that it needs to be stitches, it needs to be threaded on, and where each thread needs to go. So we're just going to go.
Can see that.
Through
Yeah.
there.
Can see that.
Yeah, on there. So, as I'm turning that, again, it's got that easy looper threader. So if I flick this switch on here, can you see that? Or do I need to turn it around a little bit?
Not quite. Yeah, that would be awesome. That's perfect. Thank you.
There. So if I flick this on here, that pulls that out, so it's totally visible. And then I can just go in behind, give this a twiddle, grab my tweezers and pop that through the lower looper there, or the only looper on the cover stitch, and then flick that back in, and that's the underneath done. And then bring the needles to the top, and again it's simple like a sewing machine, just straight down.
Yeah. It's always the lower looper that throws us, isn't it, with an overlocker or a cover stitch, but that is super simple. Kathleen says George is great at explaining.
Thank you.
Kathleen's also said, I love my Britannia cover stitch. I've had it a few years. Well, it's great on cotton as well as jersey. That was something I was going to ask actually. We've talked a lot about stretch fabrics, but the cover stitch works on non-stretch fabrics as well.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially on the bias as well.
On the
so
bias
if we're putting
too.
bias binding in, yeah.
Kathleen says, please can George demo attachments, as I've not really worked out binding yet. Thanks.
No problem at all.
There
yeah,
you go.
I've got the attachments with me. So this is the needle threader for it. Here, and what I do is I just take it, put the thread inside of it.
So you put the thread through the needle threader.
Yeah. Run the needle up to the machine, up to the hole. Push that through like that, and that should just push
pushes the thread through.
Yeah.
Sharon asked, does the cover stitch machine use the same thread and needles as an overlocker? So same thread?
Same thread, yes, exactly.
Same needles as an overlocker?
Same needles, so they're standard sewing machine needles.
Oh, so same machine needles for a sewing machine, an overlocker, or a cover stitch?
Yes. So generally, I recommend a size 90 on a cover stitch, and an overlocker for most fabrics. That's slightly bigger than I'd recommend for a sewing machine because of the way that the thread needs to come off.
So George, I have seen overlocker needles. Are they not really a thing?
So, seen overlocker needles. They are. So you can get special overlocker needles. They're slightly different shape to a sewing machine needle, but you don't have to use them.
Okay.
Yeah.
So regular machine needle, universal machine needle, size 90, absolutely great for an overlocker or a cover stitch machine, and absolutely yes, use the same thread in your cover stitch and in your overlocker. So if you've got a lovely collection of different colours of thread, Sharon, for your overlocker, and you're thinking, can I use these on my cover stitch machine? Absolutely. Absolutely. Now, if you're just tuning in, just as collector in Northumberland, just looking behind George, has asked, what's the difference between a cover stitch and an overlocker?
So,
George?
An overlocker is used for seaming and finishing off the edges of fabric, whereas a cover stitch is used for hemming and finishing off the project.
Yeah, like
so
the hems, the cuffs, that kind of thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Necklines?
The straps, necklines, yes indeed. Yeah.
Fantastic. So yeah, construction and finishing off, neatening your seams is your overlocker, and then when it comes to hemming or adding decorative hems or decorative top stitching really to garments, to accessories, to home decor, that's when you're going to use your cover stitch machine. And I do think in an ideal world, sewing machine, overlocker and cover stitch, They're that sort of perfect trio of machines that are
Yes.
going to help you achieve the most professional results. Sharon says, thank you. I normally use super stretch needles on my overlocker as most of my sewing is stretch knit. So Sharon will be absolutely fine using those same needles in her cover stitch machine as well.
Exactly.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
And what a brilliant day to buy a cover stitch machine. Not only is the price incredible, £100 off the price, £399, in fact £112 off the RRP. 3-way split pay, £133 to pay today. That's it. No credit checks, no interest, no forms to fill in. We get the same customer service from the Juki boys. We can still contact you, right, if we need to?
Yeah, contact us directly, email, call us. We organise video calls as well, just so we can get your eyes on the machine. And that's with really anything. Give us a call and we'll give you a hand.
Fantastic. And the warranty on this machine?
So the warranty on this machine is 2 years.
2 years?
Yes.
Amazing. Amazing. Love that. Love that. Now, we had, let me just see, it was from Kathleen, who was talking about accessories for a cover stitch machine, and we do actually have an add-on accessory box.
Yes.
Which I'm just going to grab out right now.
Yeah.
We have this accessory box. Now, this is different to the accessory feet that we had earlier on for the overlocker.
Yeah.
This is the cover stitch accessory box. I am going to need, hello, that's a flying saucer. Some different feet here. I'm just going to grab everything out to start with.
Yeah.
Now that, to me, looks like a binding tool for
That
having
is
bias
a belt
binding.
looper.
Oh, is it a belt looper?
So you put the tape in flat and it
Right.
folds it into 3 and then stitches it down. So for belt loops,
okay.
and also for straps as well.
Oh, nice. Nice, nice, nice. And then we've got a couple of little screws there as well. So these are our accessories for $89.99. You're saving £60 on this set of feet. We've got a price comparison. You're saving £60. There it is. Britannia cover stitch set, additional feet, $159.95. You're not going to get this price anywhere else. $89.99 today. Absolutely fab. So tell me what we've got then. What have we got on in our set?
So go on, hold
so this
something
one
up and
here,
I'll tell you what it is. So
this is the fly mow attachment for mowing the grass, right?
That's the bias binder.
So that's the bias binder.
Yes.
Was not expecting that to be the bias binder.
So on that one, you can either put in pre-done bias binding, or you can just put in a tape and it will fold it for you as well.
Ah, mind blown. Love that. This one right here.
So that's a clear foot. So I use that with all the attachments. I actually use it in general because it just gives you such good vision as to what's going on under the needles.
It's like a clear view foot.
Yeah.
Love it. This one right here I know is the belt looper.
Yes, exactly. So you run a tape in there, it folds the edges in, and then cover stitches it down. So as you say, for cotton fabrics, but as well as stretchy fabrics, straps, elastics and things like that.
You're going to show us some of these in action, aren't you?
Oh yes.
What's this one for?
So that and that other piece there, they work in combination as a guide. So because you actually work blind on a cover stitch for hemming,
yes,
you fold the fabric underneath and lay it in that guide, and then it will ensure you get that.
Got you. So you get a perfect even hem.
Yes.
Oh, how easy! How easy is that? Absolutely fab. What can you show us next, George?
So should we go through? Should we start using some attachments?
Yes,
Or I can take some
please.
needles out. So
what are you going to use first?
Let's do the guide, because this is something that I always use. So like the overlocker as well, the threads, the feet, they just clip on and clip off. So I'm going to put my clear view foot on there. Just line it up with that bar, bit of a push from the top. And that clips on.
Easy peasy.
And then I'm going to put my guide in. and it comes in 2 pieces. So you use it to create this channel, and it's adjustable as well. So if I put that in there, screw that on, and screw that on.
And that's what the little white screw is for?
Yes, to attach.
So you can adjust it?
Yes, and to attach all the attachments on.
Got you.
So that's on there like that, and that is my channel. So if I take some fabric, let's just do it on the calico first. And this is something that I would definitely press beforehand. So I press my fold in there. So let's
do you want me to iron one for you?
Yeah.
I can iron it for you. It's not an issue.
If we do that on the jersey, so I'm just going to use my scissors to do a light press.
What size hem do you want?
That big.
That big?
Yeah.
Well, that's very precise, George. Thanks. Gee.
Should we do it on that fabric?
Okay, so what is that, like about an inch? Looks about an inch. Okay. I'll do my best.
Thank you.
Do my best.
So I'm just going to use the scissors to score this edge on here. And then, as I say, I'm working blind on here, so I can just lay that into the channel. Couple of stitches to get started. I'm going to take that outside needle out.
Yep. Very, very easy to remove a needle too, because you can do 1 needle, 2 needles, or 3 needles, can't you?
Yes, exactly, yeah. So now I'm doing two needles narrow. So I'm going to just allow my fabric to go through there. And then bring that out from the edge. Got that there. Bring that out, and I've got that perfect line on the end there. And then with the guide, it's tricky at this angle.
Yeah.
But the idea of it is to get the stitch to cover up that raw edge.
Understood.
Yes.
Understood.
So that is essentially, you can overlock that edge and then do this over that, and it's all kept in there neat and tidy.
Got you.
And then, and this is actually, so what I can actually do. Do you want to turn the
machine around towards you now? Because we get the idea.
Yeah. So what I can do, because I didn't give you exact measurements, I will adjust the guide to the hem that you've sewed.
Ah, okay,
so I'm going to make that a little bit bigger.
Yep. If I've been a bit generous with my pressing.
Over there like that. That fits in there beautifully. And again, with that clear foot as well, I can almost see the fold, the difference in the layers of fabric. So
I do like the idea of having a guide that I can put the fabric up against to create that beautiful straight hem. Because this really is about that final finish, isn't it?
Yes.
It's all about elevating your sewing, not just in terms of the finish that you're going to get, but also elevating your experience as well, so it feels like an enjoyable experience to create clothing and to create a really beautiful finish.
So that's the perfectly inline hem on there.
Yeah.
Can you see that on there? That's
that looks gorgeous.
It's got that stretch as well.
All that beautiful stretch.
And then on the back, that is caught right on the edge of that fabric.
Do you know, I think that's us working in perfect partnership. George, don't you?
That's exactly.
I mean, credit where it's due. You did a good job sewing, but that pressing was
spot on.
I'll say it. No, it's gorgeous. What a beautiful finish. This could be you. This could be you at home creating beautiful baby wear, active wear, dresses, trousers, sweatshirts, t-shirts, but also your woven fabrics as well. So absolutely perfect for using on things like quilt weight cotton, shirtings, tweeds, wools, things like that.
Yeah, exactly. Anything that you, that you want to turn up, you can use this for. And also the good thing about chain stitch is with more floaty fabrics as well, it allows the material to move. So actually for curtains and things like that, having that chain stitch on the back allows the fabric to move better.
Oh, I love that. I love that. Sharon says, I'm recording this show so I can show my husband later. Please both say, Philip, you need to buy this and the attachments. Sharon needs them. We've got a script, George. I'm just heading over because we've got a proper script. We will do this for special people. Right, so ready, look down the camera. So we have to say, Philip, you need, from Philip, right. Philip, you need to buy this.
You need to buy this, yes.
And the attachments.
And the attachments.
Sharon needs them.
Sharon needs them.
But don't be too long about it because otherwise we'll sell out. All right, there we go. Thank you, George. Oh, we're getting the bias binding out.
Yes.
Are we getting the binding out? The binder.
So the binder is attached now on here. And so this is pre-done bias binding. So it will just fold around what I'm going to put it through. You got to use your tweezers just to feed that through like this. Like that on there. Get yourself a corner out of the other side. Through there, let's get that one. Through there, oh. So I'm going to take this off. Sometimes it's easier to put.
I was going to say,
I always
put it in the before you attach.
Yes.
Now, just to let you know, the overlocker. First of all, I want to give you a stock update on the overlocker. We've got so we've had one of our original overlockers that's about, so we've got one overlocker left of our original stock. We have managed to secure some extra stock. So if you're thinking, I would really like to get an overlocker, and we will have a quick look at it in this hour as well, you do have an opportunity. There is one overlocker loaded now that you can get. We've got loads in baskets, haven't we? I also need to let you know that the accessory box for the cover stitch machine is selling fast. If you've got a Britannia cover stitch machine, grab yourself these accessories while you can. Can we just have details on screen, please, Jess? This is the accessories for the cover stitch machine. You get your bias binding attaching foot. You get your belt loop maker. You also get your clear view foot and your seam guides included for £89.99, but you're saving, is it £50? £60? £60? Amazing saving. Now have a look at this. Look at that bias binding going on. That sewing is right to the edge.
So I've just changed it now to one needle. I really like the finish with this bias binding. Just one needle. It's so neat. And this is again right to the edge. So always use a test piece to adjust everything to make sure that it's spot on. I've actually brought it a little bit too far. So let's just bring it back a little bit.
And you said before in the overlocker show, you need to have a little play around, don't you? Getting the needle or the blade in the right position on the overlocker, or making small adjustments to get the most perfect finish.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. Well, like with any machine, just have a play before you start your sewing off. But that's just, that bit there is just absolutely spot on.
Yeah.
And then even though it's a straight stitch, it's got that stretch still.
Yeah.
So if you were using
Looks ace.
an actual elastic bias binding, a jersey bias binding, that will stretch.
Fab.
With
Is that
as well.
Is it a straight stitch on the other side as well?
So on the other side, you've got the chain stitch.
Ah, I
so it's
see.
little loops connecting
yeah.
into themselves, and that's why it can then
That's
stretch.
why it stretches.
Yeah.
So clever. It's absolutely brilliant, isn't it? Superb. Now, just going back to the overlocker for a second, I've got one overlocker left. I've got 28 of you with it in your baskets. Now, as soon as that one overlocker checks out, we've got some. We don't have enough. I've got 15 more overlockers, I'll tell you. 28 of you have got it in your basket, but actually until that last overlocker goes through, we can't load the rest. So if one of you could check out that last machine, please, then we'll load the other 15, and then 15 of you can get your machines. All right, we'll get that sorted for you. £299 for an overlocker. Can't believe the price on that. You're making an amazing saving. I think is it £172 saving? £72 saving. £299, three-way split pay. Absolutely fantastic. 12,000 meters of thread included from George personally, from him to you.
Yes, indeed.
30 of them now in baskets. Just need one of you to check out, and then we'll load the new stock, which is we've got 15 more, but I mean, we're still double what we've got. But we just need to sell out that last one, please. Thank you very much. Christine says, oh, I love that bias binder. It's like the one I used to use in a factory. I want one for my easy cover. So what are you doing next, George?
Well, what I've done here is because I'm down on that one needle, I'm just showing how you can actually use it on things like jeans, as you say, around the edges of jackets and shirts and things like that. Anything with so many things now just have a little bit of stretch, and this stitch allows the fabric to stretch, and it allows it to move as it should as well. It doesn't stiffen it up. So.
So clever, isn't it? It's actually taking your sewing to the next level. Well, it's the final piece of the puzzle, isn't it? It's the final piece of the puzzle. There isn't anything else, is there? Once you've got a sewing machine, overlocker and cover stitch, you're going to say there is now, aren't you?
You can get a blind hemmer next.
Oh, a blind hemmer.
That is the next thing. So this is really
that's
nice.
A nice finish.
On the bottom of jeans, a blind hemmer, you wouldn't see that stitch. And then that, if you look at your jeans, that's the stitch that's on the inside. It's that chain stitch again, so that it's got that stretch and flow on the bottom.
Bless him. Charlie, our director's just turned his trousers up so we can have a look. He just said in my ear, it is, it is, Charlie.
What I can also do with this
yes,
as well is actually change that needle thread and put in a thick needle thread, like a jean thread.
Okay,
which might be
like
over
a 30 weight or something like that, would it be?
Exactly. Run that through the needle with a standard weight thread on the back, and you'll get that top stitch finish.
Oh, nice, because I do like that finish as well, that lovely sort of orange or gold thread.
Exactly. Yeah. I have got some
nice.
if we have time later on to show
Very
it
nice.
as well.
And also as well, you can use things like variegated threads to create decorative stitches on garments, can't you?
So, going back to the sort of original one, let's have a look at this one. So what some people do is they use what should be the inside on the outside.
Yes.
So this stitch here,
you get that on a lot of sweatshirts, don't you? On a raglan sleeve on the outside.
Yes. Yeah, so you can do that and just use a variegated thread, put that on the outside, and then that is another nice finish, that inside-outside look. You can also run what's called a floss thread, which I've got here. And this is like a real fluffy thread. You can put that on the looper. You can also use it on a rolled hem on an overlocker. But when you put these on the loopers of an overlocker or a cover stitch, this is the sort of thing you'd use for underwear.
Okay.
Because it's so soft, it doesn't cut into the skin at all. So if you ever made underwear and you find it a little bit uncomfortable, it's because you're not using this floss thread, which again, if you have a look in factory made stuff, this is what they'll use.
Oh, cool. Next time you come, George, we need the floss thread.
Yeah, so I got it here.
Oh.
This is the floss thread.
No, but I mean, are we selling it?
No, you don't know. Yeah, I can sort that out. No worries.
Yeah. Because so many people now make underwear, don't they? And again, I think we've got the sewing bee to thank for this, because I think before that most of us were like, what? Make your own underwear?
Yeah, underwear,
bras,
swimwear,
things like that.
yeah.
But I mean, I know loads of people now that make their own boxers or their own underwear. It's just brilliant, isn't it? And it's all about having the knowledge, the right tools, the right thread, the right stitch as well. Now, I need to let you know, the original stock of the Overlockers is sold out. Well done, that one of you that checked out your basket. We have just loaded the additional 15 Overlockers. This is the code that you will need. I've already only got 13 left. 2 more have sold. So I've got 13 Overlockers on this code, OQQL81. £299, 3 split pays available, 0% interest, $99.66 is all you need to pay today. You get 2 years warranty, great backup from George and the other Dukey boys and the whole team really. Great sales team, great support team as well. You can, on your overlocker, you can do overlocking, you can finish the edges. We've also got the accessory pack that goes with it. And in your accessory pack, you get your piping, foot, you get your beading foot, you get your blind hemmer, you get your gathering foot and your elasticating foot. Absolutely fab. Absolutely fab. For $79.95, we've got a few of those left. Fab. Back to the cover stitch, George.
Right, so I'm just putting all the needles back in now.
So all 3?
All 3 back in. So it does come with that needle threader. You can use a pair of tweezers as well, just to pop those threads through.
Don't forget to just use regular, universal or stretch needles in your overlocker or your cover stitch machine.
Yeah.
You recommend a 90?
Size 90, yeah, for most materials. I recommend an 80 for a sewing machine and 90 on an overlocker, just because the threads are going out in different directions. That slightly larger hole allows that to happen a lot better. Right, so once you've threaded the cover stitch, just do, again, on some calico, just run those threads through the holes. Make sure it's all threaded okay. The threads will then just go through the holes in the foot, and then they'll be underneath the overlocker, ready to do. I'm going to use the belt looper.
Oh yes, please.
So again, it just screws on like that. I would recommend you can either use 2 wide needles or the 3 needles for this stitch. So all you got to do, so I'm going to use the same bias binding to begin with, just feed that through there like that.
Can you use your own fabric if you prefer?
Exactly, yeah. Cut it into a strip, and that's a really good way to match the strap to what you're doing.
So if you're making a strappy top, or if you're doing belt loops on trousers?
Exactly, yes. So same with the bias binder, you can cut the strip to the bias binder. So what I like to do, put the tape through to the end, do a few stitches just to make sure it's central. So and then
you can just unscrew and move it over slightly if you need to.
Exactly, yeah. So I'm just turning it over by hand. We can just use the machine. So that's pretty central there. And then
so this is where you're making those belt loops or those shoulder straps. Gosh, that's a lovely finish. really elevates everything you do, doesn't it?
Just like that. And just keep going. If you need a strap, do a strap. If you need the belt
long
loops,
straps.
you can just do that. What do you say?
I'm thinking though about this. I would use this for weaving to create bags, because look at that finish. Look at that finish.
And then that's on that back, and as I say, that will allow it to stretch as well. And that beautiful finish
Love
on the
that.
front.
Yeah, I'd do that, and then I'd weave bag fronts and backs. Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
Yeah, love
yeah,
that.
all sorts of things you can do with it.
Just need to let you know, over half of the accessories for the cover stitch machine have sold now. So if you want the accessories, $89.99. You're making a £60 saving, but you will need to be quite quick with that.
Yes, and they will only fit the Britannia machine as well. Right, so done that with the bias binding. Now I've got some elastic. It might just be off screen over here. I'll just grab it.
No worries. You go get it. That's all right, George. I'll hold the fort. Just brilliant, isn't it? This is such an education as well, because, you know, I think we all know what a sewing machine does. Most of us are quite confident with an overlocker, but a cover stitch machine is something else.
Yes.
So this is elastic going through the machine now.
Yeah, exactly. So you can actually just cut this into a point, just to help it to get through the start.
Yeah, it's a good tip. And then use your tweezers to pull it through the back. Those come included, don't they, the tweezers?
Tweezers come with the machine, yes. And then again, a few stitches, make sure it's central. And then you can just sew along your strap like that.
Yeah.
Top speed once you got the hang of it. So this is stretchy, so that is the finished strap on there.
Yeah. So that's an elasticated strap.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. So again, swimwear, bra straps,
Yeah.
all that sort of thing. Use I'll bring the floss thread with me next time to
that
sell,
would
but
make
use
it
that
softer.
on the inside, softer, so it's on the skin, and it's got that snap on there as well.
Perfect. Perfect. I have a question. Hi Stuart, can I use the cover stitch machine to bind a quilt? This is from Alison in Lancashire. So this is using the bias binding attacher.
Yes. So absolutely. Yeah, you could. You can. It wouldn't be invisible. It wouldn't be.
Sure. You've got the top stitching on it.
Yes, exactly.
And what I'm thinking as well, Alison, is that you're not gonna, I think there are ways that you can mitre the corner. I'm sure I've seen videos on how you can mitre the corners, but I would suggest that you might round the corner of your quilt, use bias binding, and then actually have a curved edge going around. But I'm sure I have seen a video on how to do mitered corners on square corners, you know, with a binder, binding attaching foot.
Yeah.
So yes, you absolutely can. Bit of research perhaps on that for me and for you.
Yes.
Okay, thanks for the question. There isn't always a clear answer, is there? But we'll do our best.
There's ways around things.
Got 9 minutes. Kathleen says, great show. Thank you, Stuart, for asking all our questions, and to George for fabulous demonstrations.
Thank you very much. Yes.
Got 10 more minutes to shine, love.
Okay, so that is the accessory kit. So you've got the guide and the clear view foot, which on its own is fantastic. Then add that with the guide. You've got the bias binder, which you can do with 2, 3 or 1 needle, and the belt looper. So for belt loops, but also run elastic through there, and you've got that strap.
Yes.
Or because it folds it into 3 as well, you've got that strength to it as well.
Yeah, absolutely perfect.
This is the bias binding again that I did earlier. So you want to just again have a play and adjust that so it's right on the edge of that bias binding.
Fab.
With a chain stitch on
Would
the
you
inside.
just be able to show us one more time what the cover stitch does best, which is that gorgeous 2 lines of stitching on the outside,
Yep.
and that almost like an overlocking stitch on the back, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Which just looks so fabulous.
So I'm just going to take the outside needle out and then grab some
Christian
jersey.
says it's been awesome, gorgeous, and Stuart Hillard. I don't know if that's a typo for George, but Christian says it's been awesome, gorgeous, and Stuart Hillard. Very helpful. Well, you must be thrilled. I've never been more insulted in my life. I'm joking. I'm joking.
So I don't know if we can see this on the cameras, but there is also a measurement on the side here. So when I've folded that fabric in, I can, rather than watching what the needle is doing, I'm watching along that measurement. So I'm just watching the edge of the fabric. So you have, so if you've got the machine on its own, you can use this. With the accessory set, you do get that guide, which will then come up on there, and I can literally run it up against that guide to make sure that's perfect.
Fab.
So sew that right the way through.
So many compliments for you in the messages, George. Been a big hit. Let's see one. Get it on screen. Brilliant machine demos from George today. Kiss, kiss. That's from Collector in Merseyside. Lovely one for me. Oh, yes, please. Loving the shows, Stuart. You get so excited and passionate about these gadgets. I love it, Julia. Well, I'm a problem solver. You know, and I think usually there is a solution to every problem.
Yes.
And if you want professional looking garments, then the right equipment absolutely will help you achieve it.
Well, a sewing machine can do so much now, buttonholes, zigzags, but an overlocker and a cover stitch is just something that can't be replicated.
Yeah.
With a sewing machine.
Yeah,
It's different sort of stitching. So this is that
Absolutely gorgeous
thread,
finish.
fine finish on the edge there. On the inside there, you've got that knitted sort of chain stitch, and that will stretch and give with the fabric.
Absolutely amazing. The overlockers are selling like hotcakes. The remaining few, how many do we? Oh, about to sell out. Yeah. About to sell out. Very quick look at the overlocker. It is £299. It's the Britannia 4DR overlocker, including 12,000 metres of thread. You're saving £72. All of our stock is now in baskets or sold. So really it's about who can check out their basket quickly enough, and then you will win the race. Our cover stitch machine as well, absolutely flying out. Well done if you've managed to get yours. Look forward to professional sewing results on all your garments from now on in. Take advantage of the split pays, I would. 3 split pays on both of those machines. George, thank you so much for imparting so much knowledge and great demos.
Thank you very much.
And proving that both these machines are easy peasy to thread, which is the #1.
Real simple. As I said, any issues, give us a call. We've got videos online as well, and take advantage of the price today, because it won't be
absolutely
here for long.
right. Absolutely right. Thank you, George. Right, let's look at the menu for tomorrow. It's my last day, 8 a.m. We've got 20% off books. Oh, only this week. Only this week. I'm back next week. Don't worry. You won't get rid of me that easily. 20% off books. At 9 o'clock, Lorraine Penny is here from Sanntangle. Can't wait for that. At 10 o'clock, Liberté Fabrics. We've got a lot. It's going to be lovely. At 11 o'clock, Lorraine Penny is here with more Stencil Up. And then at 12 o'clock, we've got extra wide fabrics and wadding. What have you got planned for the rest of the day? I don't know about you, but I'm off for a cup of tea and a slice of cake. Jess is dog sitting this afternoon. Charlie, what are you up to? House sitting for John Scott, of course. Levi, any great plans?
Gym.
The gym. Oh, it's young, chilling out. And
Yes,
you?
making my
George,
way home.
Making your way home. Safe journey to you.
Thank you.
And give my love to all the Dukey boys and everyone else back at base. I will see you bright and early in the morning. Look after yourself. Till then.